Tribune. Tribune.
Crazy, man.
Girder.
dig your vibrations.
Extinction is the motor of substantial change in evolution. Extinction didn't occur. Successful group would dominate and would last forever.
Just dropping a sub. Have a nice stream.
Glue is cheap.
I present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
Butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
Tradoon.
When evolution cast out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
Tradoon.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. The Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Tradoon.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing.
Tradoon.
It is so good to have all of you here today. Happy Monday to you. I hope you had a great weekend. I had a very busy weekend, and I'm still a little bit tired from it, honestly, but I'm here. We're gonna have a fun stream today. There is so much fossil news to discuss. I'm not sure if we'll be able to get to all of it today, but holy cow, we've got, what, 3 new dinosaur taxa that we haven't really even talked about yet? Newly named? It's gonna be a good stream. We're gonna catch up on some of the stuff today. So yeah, and for those of you who are new here, well, let me give you an extra special welcome, and let me get this camera set up. Try that. There we are. Welcome to Paleontologizing, especially all you new folks. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers. Check out the YouTube page if you want to see our recordings of my streams from this past summer, digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming and Utah. We're live streaming a whole bunch of fieldwork. At least 3 new species of dinosaur we were digging up this summer, and with any luck, we're going to be back out there again this next summer, doing the very same thing and streaming every day. Very excited to do that. Oh, I can't wait. And it's just around the corner, too. We're already more than halfway through February at this point. It could even be as early as May that I'm out there in the field. We'll have to see. June, for sure, it looks like, as long as we're able to get funding for our work in Wyoming. Anyway, yeah. And Patrick Crusader, I didn't even see that. Yeah, we'll see if we get to it. But yeah. Anyway, everybody, it's good to have you here. Welcome. If anyone here happens to have any questions about dinosaurs, most especially because that's what I actually work on and publish on. But I'd also be happy to answer your questions about broader topics in natural history, about extinction and evolution, biodiversity, the history of life on our planet, and what that means for our lives today. How fossil science is relevant to your everyday life. That's a big part of what we do here. And it's not just fossils, but fossil science and the perspective that it gives us touches just about everything. I mean, shoot, on Friday we were talking all about pangolins, these wonderful placental mammals that are super endangered, super interesting, super charismatic, desperately need our help and our protection. We were able to raise some money for pangolin conservation, and I'm very proud of that. But anyway, thank you to everybody who contributed to that, by the way. Take a bow, if you did, so that we can applaud you. But yeah, Lordy is here. How are you doing, Lordy? Welcome. It is good to see you. I hope you're having a good day so far. Let me scroll up to the top of chat. We'll see who's here. We'll do some greetings. And then maybe we'll start off with some Metazua today. I've got to make sure I do Sunday's Metazua before it expires. 7S80, I haven't seen you here before. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Hot dog email. I like that from I'm Really Important. Good stuff. Welcome, 7S80. Howdy. We've got the wonderful Claire Burr, who has worked very hard to get our video uploaded from Friday, our VOD to YouTube. YouTube is not liking some of the doing some copyright stuff. So thank you, Claire Burr, for helping out with that. I appreciate it very much. Rosand, how are you doing? Hello to you. Science Streams, Belent, I hope you had a wonderful weekend. It's good to see you as always. Tommy Ploticus, howdy. Matt M33 and Fall Machine, Freelancer and Patrick Crusader, Niffler and Texas Cryptid, Avalon Angels and Squishy Robots, MS Coggins and PSI Bouncer, Spinonicus Art. It's good to have you here. Reagan Nation and Sloppy Salamander. How is everybody doing? Well, I hope. I hope you're doing quite well. And Grim Deviant, what's shaking with you? It's good to see you. Knight of Coins, hello. Ironheart 50. And Golganek. How are you doing, Golganek? Always good to see you, Golganek.
Sure do.
I hope you had a great weekend. Scrolling, trying to catch everybody. There's Lordy and It's Evolution. How you doing, It's Evolution? Welcome. Jedi Mega Man, hello to you. And King Neokai says hello. Hello to you too, King Neokai. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Rel Jenkins
If
Howdy,
you're feeling
howdy.
a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Reaganation, I often do. Thank you. Oh, Sculpin, thank you for those 100 bits. Thank you, Sculpin.
Reaganation gifted a tier 1
And
sub
thank you,
to
Reaganation.
OPRS. They have given 148 gift subs.
That
in
is
the
impressive,
channel.
Reaganation. It really is. Thank you again for your ongoing support of this channel and this community and of science here on Twitch. I appreciate that, Reaganation. I really do. Nyokuru says hi, everyone. Hello, Nyokuru. Howdy. Hope your day is going well so far. Caledon K, hello to you. Jaded Fairy and Evane. Hyacinth Live, how you doing, Hyacinth? Risa Degu, howdy. Hope the Degus are doing well. And Mary L says hello there. Hello there to you too, Mary L63. I'm glad to have you gracing my chat here. It's good to
The
see you.
wingspan of this flying monster would have been about 15.5 meters.
Wow, and that's almost a whole year, isn't it? Sea Frog? 15 months of support.
The
Thank you,
history
thank
of
you.
life. It's very quirky, fortuitous, chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
It's true, Awkward Cyborg. Thank you for the 7 months of support there. Thanks for keeping me here online for that long. I appreciate it. Good stuff. And Mark Melbourne, thank you.
Mark Melbourne gifted a tier 1 sub to the almighty Kaju.
I appreciate that, Mark Melbourne. Sounds like a good target for that sub, too. Good stuff. I appreciate your support. I really do. But yeah. Anyway, in Kaiju we trust. There you go, Claire. Except when we don't. Sometimes that's warranted. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Why don't we thank Evane?
If it hadn't been for that great dinosaur who saved us from the American forces, we would all be dead.
Wow, Evane, that sounds harrowing. Thank you for the 8 months of support. I appreciate that very much. Yeah. King Neokai says, thanks for the greeting. Paleontology is my first dream job. It's wonderful to have you here. Holy cow. Yeah. Let me know if you've got any questions or anything. I got as a paleontologist, I do hear that a lot from people. And Reaganation.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to King Nyukai.
Thank you,
They have
Reaganation. I
given
do appreciate that very much.
149 gift subs in the channel.
Holy cow, Reaganation. One more to get you to 150? It's impressive, Reaganation. It really is. Holy cow. Yeah. As a paleontologist, people tell me all the time when I'm out in public, like, hey, I really wanted to be a paleontologist when I was a kid, or, that was my dream job, or that's what got me interested in science or in learning in the first place, and that's really cool. We need
If
more...
you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, King Neokai, for those 100 bits. I appreciate that. Appreciate that very much. And Sloppy Salamander, thank you for that gift sub.
Sub to 13_8.
Beautiful. I appreciate that very much, Salamander. I do. I really wish that there was more opportunity for people to become paleontologists, because there are not enough jobs. It's kind of crazy. Like, holy cow, Sculpin! Thank you for that. Holy cow. 5 gift subs from Sculpin there. Strong start to our week here.
Sculpin01 just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Sculpin. I really appreciate that. Thank you for your generosity and for allowing 5 people to not have to watch any ads for the next 30 days. Appreciate that, Sculpin. It's kind of nuts that, like, the kinds of jobs that give meaning to people's lives are often, like, the least paid, or...
Reaganation gifted a tier 1 sub to Ray_.
I'm going a whole rant about that right now, but as tempting as it is, I'm going to thank Reagan Nation for that gift sub, bringing up their total to 150. Holy cow, Reagan Nation. Thank you, thank you. We're going to get into some Metazoa before I forget. Yeah. And if I were not into art, I'd be doing paleo, I'm sure. Cool, Spionicus art. Two fields that should be better remunerated. Should pay better, honestly. Provide more opportunities to people, you know? Yeah. Yeah. You know, it does kind of remind me of... There. Kind of reminds me of this clip a little bit. Yeah. When we're talking about dream jobs and that sort of thing, and it's so easy to lament that, like, sometimes the jobs that are, I don't know. Imagining a world without paleontologists is a scary prospect, because it's like, would we know anything at all about Earth's ancient past and the creatures that once inhabited our planet? Would we have any sense for where we came from as a species? We really wouldn't. But anyway, it reminded me of this.
Mr. Hutz, when I grow up, I want to be a lawyer just like you.
Good for you, son. If there's one thing America needs, it's more lawyers. Can you imagine?
Oh, hang on. Evane, thank you for those 10 gift subs right there. I'll always be happy to be interrupted by a happy Tinamou like this, heralding the arrival of 10 gift subs. It's not rated for 10 gift subs. Uh-oh. Oh, shoot.
Get out of there, it's gonna blow!
Why Wayne 7375 is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Evane, thank you so much for those 10 gift subs there. I appreciate that tremendously. If there's one thing the world needs, it's more gift subs. Evane, thank you very much for that. I do really appreciate it. I really, really do. Yeah. Thank you, Evane. And look, we're already at 21. It's a strong start for the week. Sometimes things start slow. We didn't make our goal last week. After, I think, a pretty slow start. Got a good feeling about this week. Anyway. What was the point I was making with this? Let's just watch it.
Mr. Hutz, when I grow up, I want to be a lawyer just like you.
Good for you, son. If there's one thing America needs, it's more lawyers. Can you imagine a world without lawyers? Oh.
Yeah. It's interesting. There's so many more lawyers in the world than there are paleontologists. And probably some of the worst paid lawyers in the world are probably still better paid than your average paleontologist. Those paleontologists who have paying jobs, which many of us don't. But yeah, Oscar Jr.'s, yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Phoenix the Archaeologist says, can't even say that paleontology doesn't bring money in, seeing the amount of money the last dinosaur auction sold at? Don't even, yeah. It's absurd. And like, some of the highest grossing films of all time have been about dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are usually the main draw for bringing people into a given natural history museum. And there have been studies about this. When visitors are quizzed on this, like, what brought you into the museum? What did you want to see today? What were you most happy to see? Dinosaurs are always at the top of the list. They're what bring people into a museum, or into a movie theater, or into a theme park. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah. People hate lawyers until they need them. Well, but people only need lawyers because other people have lawyers. It's like, it's like standing armies. Or like, like hired goons. Yeah. Yeah.
Who is it?
Goons.
Who?
Hired goons.
Hired goons?
Homer. I hope Crusher and Low Blow didn't hurt you.
You know, you could have just called me.
Oh, yes, but the telephone is so impersonal. I prefer the hands-on touch you only get with hired goons.
Hired goons?
He still didn't get it. Anywho. I really dig those birds in the background. They've got some decent birds. I'm not sure what this is supposed to be. I guess it's just a visual joke and it looks like Mr. Burns, but we've got a cockatiel, a penguin. Not sure who this is. But there's a spoonbill hiding over here too. Yeah, like a roseate spoonbill almost. Good stuff. Yeah. He can clone birds. Yeah, it's not been possible so far, but that kind of money. So Burns did know his name. I know, right? That running joke, Roseanne. I think earlier in this is one of the best episodes of all time, but earlier in the episode, he had to have it clarified that was his name. Anyway, yeah. Monday Birds Day, we'll see what kind of animal we'll be talking about next, because we're gonna do Sunday's iteration of Metazoa before it expires in just an hour and 20 minutes. So let's get into it here, shall we?
Hold on to your butts.
Figure out what today's mystery animal of the day is. If any of you have not seen this before, this is a game that we like to play pretty much every day on stream. Every day there's one mystery animal. We have to try and guess what it is. It's a lot like that word game called Wordle. But I like to start with a placental mammal for this, because mammals are very, very... They're overrepresented in this game. I'll put it that way. Rel Jenkins is mink. Let's try that. That's a good placental mammal. It's a carnivoran mammal, part of Mustelidae, the weasel family. And we'll see if... Oh boy, okay. It's not a mammal. But I'm glad we started off there. Yeah. Let me show you how we're going to narrow this down here using a Tree of Life website here. Let's go to our amniotes, because when we guessed mink, it said, nope, it's not a mink, but it is an amniote, at least. The game is engineered to give you the most exclusive clade that includes your guess and the mystery animal. And so in this case, it's an amniote. Amniotes are tetrapod vertebrates that lay eggs on land, or their ancestors laid eggs on land. So it's basically all of the tetrapods that are not amphibians. So amniotes, today this is basically reptiles and mammals. The sauropsids, the reptiles, which includes birds, and the synapsids, which today mammals are the only synapsids that are still alive. The only ones that are not extinct. You had other synapsids in the ancient past, like Dimetrodon, and the other pelycosaurs, and Gorgonopsians, and Dicynodonts, and cool critters like that. But yeah, today the only synapsids that are still around are the mammals. So we can tell this is not a mammal, because when we guessed a mink, which is a mammal, it says, nope, but it is an amniote. If it were a mammal, it would have said mammalia here, but it doesn't. So, it's not a synapsid, it's going to be a sauropsid. These are reptiles, including birds. So, we could go the archosaur route right here, which is birds, turtles, and crocodilians. Sorry, archelosaurs. Or it could be a lepidosaur, which is lizards, including snakes, and tuatara as well. Tuatara are also lepidosaurs. They're the only non-squamate lepidosaur still around. All the rest of them are squamates. So yeah. Dinosaur Dave says crocodile. It's a possibility, but I don't know. Give me the name of a. Ominous Jorts.
Paleoscience Shake.
Thank you for the 5 months of support. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Good stuff. Paleolord says sea turtle. Give me the name of a bird. Let's try and knock out Archosauria. Give me the name of a bird. Kleber says wren. Let's try wren over here. Sorry, they don't have wren. Sorry. Eagle, says Lenina. Oh, Lenina, I saw a bald eagle today. Holy cow. I didn't even talk about that yet, but, Ooh. Here, let me see if I can find. I tried to take a photo. I've never seen a bald eagle in my neighborhood before, and so that was really cool. Why is this not uploading? You might even be able to see it, actually. But it was 1000% a bald eagle. It had white tail feathers. It's too pixelated. You're not gonna be able to see it here, but it was a bald eagle. It's the only, like, raptor that I know of that's got a big, squarish, white set of tail feathers, and then a big white head. I saw it and I said, look at that! That's a weird-looking turkey vulture. Because it was so big, that's really the only thing it could have been. And then it came closer, and I got a better look at it, and holy cow, it's a bald eagle. Haliaetus leucocephalus, I think is the genus and species name. Yeah. Yank, flying object. There you go, Dinosaur Dave. But yeah. Never ever seen a bald eagle in my neighborhood, because I don't really live near a large body of water, apart from San Francisco Bay. So maybe the storm kind of blew it inland. Or maybe it's trying to seek some shelter from that. But it was just having a grand old time soaring around. It was so cool. And I, like, literally ran over to try and get a better picture of it, but was already... It was gone. Yeah. So cool, though. So cool. Bo Needle, how are you doing? Welcome back. It's good to see you. And Moosey Fate says, today I heard bald eagles sound nothing like the classic depiction. Oh yeah, that's a red-tailed hawk, is the... Here, I'll show you. Bald eagle versus red-tailed hawk sound. Here, take a look. So, red-tailed hawk, bald eagle. Not like I had to tell you that. So that's the typical eagle sound you hear in the movies, but it's actually a red-tailed hawk. That's what a bald eagle sounds like. Yeah. Rel Jenkins says, dang, I never knew that. Yeah, now you know. Now every time you see a bald eagle in a movie and it sounds like this. That's not what bald eagles sound like. That's what red-tailed hawks sound like. Doesn't sound nearly as ominous. I mean, sure, but to a person who knows their birds, it's like, holy cow, that's wrong, you know? It's like, what would be the equivalent of that? I don't know. Maybe if you're like a history buff or something, and there's a movie set in World War II or the Great Depression, and Franklin Delano Roosevelt, President's Day today. Let's use a presidential analogy. Franklin Delano Roosevelt is like, you know, running around and doing jumping jacks and stuff. It's like, yeah, he couldn't do that. Most movie audiences probably aren't gonna care about that. Most people watching are not gonna think twice about it, but if you know, you know. And it takes you out of the movie. You go, that's super fake. FDR was in a wheelchair. You know what I mean? I don't know. Or a horse barking, says Avalon Angels. Maybe. Yeah. Breakdancing FDR is not historically accurate, says Azure Fire? I guess not. Yeah.
An iguanodon.
And Ibozo Usuk, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. What an interesting name. I wonder what that's derived from. Ibozo Usuk. Glad to have you here. You saw 3 bald eagles this weekend. Very cool, Neverwinter Fool. Very cool. Yeah. Speaking of President's Day, we're just chock full of Simpsons clips today, aren't we?
70 years ago, we took the finest hops and barley to brew a refreshing, full-bodied lager. Well, I'm Rappin' A.B., and I'm here to say if you want to drink beer, Duff's the only way. I said the only way. Breakdown.
This is a disgrace.
Settle down. Anything this bad has to be educational.
Bart! Let's see if they wore underwear back then. Yeah!
Anyway, happy President's Day, I guess. You know what? One more until we get back into Metazoa. This one's even better.
Begin with a tribute to our lesser-known presidents.
We are the mediocre presidents. You won't find our faces on dollars or on cents. There's Taylor, there's Tyler, there's Fillmore, and there's Hayes. There's William Henry Harrison. I died in 30 days.
He did. It's true.
The adequate, forgettable,
Occasionally regrettable. It's a little optimistic. Anyway, yeah. Matt M3, that's so funny that you say that, Matt M3. I just watched that trailer last night for Battle of the Bulge. Yeah, they were like American patent tanks or something, weren't they? They didn't have access to actual, like, German panzers. But yeah, I just watched that trailer last night. That's crazy, Madam 33. Yeah. I saw that movie ages ago. It's got such a long intermission in it too. Oh yeah. Anyway, interesting film. Let's get back to Metazoa before we get too off topic here. So, we guessed bald eagle there, which prompted that series of tangents. And, it's not a bald eagle. Our mystery animal is not a bald eagle. But that guess really narrowed it down. This is excellent. So, it's not a bald eagle, but it is part of Archaeolosauria. Excuse me. Which tells us that... I closed the tab when I shouldn't have. Let's go back to here. There we go. So it's not a bird. And it's also not a crocodile. There's only one other group of creatures within Archaeolosauria that it could be. Birds, crocodilians, and turtles. So we guessed bald eagle, and bald eagles are part of this clade, Archosauria, and so are crocodilians. But it didn't give us Archosauria here. It gave us Archaeolosauria, which tells us that it's got to be this outgroup here. So you know what that means, chat. You know what time it is.
I like turtles.
Yes, indeed, it's turtle time. Ah, we know it's gotta be a turtle. And I think this game only has a few turtles. Clipper said 3, it's something like that. We just recently had snapping turtle the other day, so I think the likelihood that it's snapping turtle is very, very low. So, we can either do box turtle or sea turtle. I could also trade tortoise. Oh, they also have tortoise. So what I'm gonna do, chat, is we are gonna leave this. Well, no, hang on. I can probably be smart about this. We should look at where tortoises come out here. So tortoises are over here. They're pretty derived clade. The tortoises here. And a box turtle is probably going to be part of... They're going to be nearby. So, box turtle and tortoise, I think are going to be right near each other as part of a common clade. Whereas sea turtles are over here. So trying to think about getting this in as few guesses as possible. If I guess sea turtle... and it's not that, then we still have 2 possible guesses. If I guess box turtle, and it's actually a tortoise, then that will tell us that that's the... So what I should do is I should either guess tortoise or box turtle. That's what we should do. So let's come up with a poll here. And chat, you can decide. You can decide which turtle. Tortoise or box turtle. And begin. Which one should we guess? Sea turtle seems like it would narrow it down less. Exactly, Moosey Fade. Yeah. So, it's up to you, chat. Tortoise or box turtle? Which one should we guess? Tortoise is winning, so... Oh, it's a dead heat. They're neck and neck. Oh, box turtle is retreating into its shell just a bit. Tortoise is out by a nose. No, now they're back. This is close so far. My goodness. And hello, Hairbothan. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Tortoise is pulling ahead. And Charlie's Dragon, I think it's fairly randomized. If it's a tie, then it's Sea Turtle. Well, we're not going to let it be a tie. Right? Right, chat? Box Turtle has won with just one vote. That was a real nail-biter. 21 chatters voted for Box Turtle, and 20 chatters voted for Tortoise. So, Box Turtle it is. Let's go ahead and guess Box Turtle and see if that gets it for us.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's try it. Oh, interesting. It is a cryptodire. It's not a box turtle. Which tells us it should be a tortoise. It was a 50-50 shot. Chat, you led me astray by one vote. Big TN says, can't believe you all did this. I can't believe you've done this. It was very close. Man almost voted Box Turtle. Yes, Dark Mock, right? No, we're not going to do that. So Cryptodira. Wait, hang on. Includes most tortoises and turtles. That doesn't include sea turtles, does it? Cryptodira. Forgot to put the P in there. No, they don't. Yeah, okay, whatever. It's not in this. Cryptodira. Greek for hidden neck. They include, among their species, freshwater turtles, snapping turtles, tortoises, soft-shelled turtles, and sea turtles. Oh, no! Wait, hang on. You know what that means. Oh, we actually did this in a really smart way, chat. It was neither a box turtle, nor was it a tortoise. It's gotta be a sea turtle. It's gotta be a sea turtle, because sea turtles are part of this clade. This big clade. It would have given us a more narrow clade if it's just the group that includes box turtles and tortoises. Instead, it gave us the broader group, which also includes sea turtles, which tells us it's gotta be sea turtle. And holy cow, there we go. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Not too shabby. We got it in just 4 guesses. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And Lordy says, I saw a sea turtle yesterday. Yes, indeed, Lordy. Very cool. I'm jealous. So Lordy and Ios are on vacation right now, someplace bright and sunny. And I've been here in rainy California for the past week. Longer than the past week. I've been here for the past week while they've been gone. But, they saw some sea turtles in the wild, and they sent me pictures. Good stuff. Good stuff. And also, this means that in 1 hour, we can match our biggest streak ever. Because this game will reset in an hour, and we can do Monday's Metazoo prompt, so... Guess Monday's mystery animal. So good stuff, good stuff. And Patrick Crusader says, I did box turtle and then tortoise. Such a dumb mistake. I mean, that's what just about anybody would do. It's only when you really know how to harness the power of phylogeny that you can minimize your number of guesses. You know? And you're learning that art, Patrick Crusader. Yeah. I think the sea turtle that Lordy and Io saw was a green sea turtle. Because they're pretty common. Yeah, I think they're the most common kind of sea turtle in the world. Yeah, oh man, they're cool. But ours today was a leatherback sea turtle, which happens to be my favorite kind of sea turtle. Genus Dermachelys. They are... This lineage goes back to the Cretaceous, if not the Jurassic period. And they are incredibly cool. Incredibly cool animals. Let's find a video. Yeah. And here we go. Let's look at a PBS Eons video about it, shall we?
In 1896, a paleontologist working on fossils from South Dakota described a spectacular new discovery.
This is Archelon here. I think the other one might have been Protostega, but this is in the Museum of Ancient Life in Lehi, Utah. I have done 2 different live streams from here. It's a really cool place. And oh man, I'm gonna go take a look outside because we're getting some pretty heavy rain and we might even get some thunder. I'll leave this with you for a minute and I'll be right back, okay? Check it out.
It was a giant sea turtle, the biggest fossil turtle ever described. It lived between 83 million and 72 million years ago in the late Cretaceous period, when the interior of North America was covered by a huge sea. And at around 4.5 meters long and weighing more than 2 metric tons, Archelon, as it's known, was more than twice the size of the largest sea turtle today, the leatherback. Like the leatherback, Archelon didn't have a hard upper shell, or carapace. Instead, it just had a framework of ribs covered by rubbery, flexible skin. But here's the thing. Archelon wasn't an ancestor of today's leatherback turtles, or any other living sea turtles. In fact, Archelon didn't even make it out of the Cretaceous. But as the Cenozoic era started, a completely different group of sea turtles was ready to take over the world's oceans, the true leatherbacks. And they would share a lot of the same adaptations that the ancient giant had. Why? Well, it looks like there are just some things about being a giant skin-shelled sea turtle that just work, no matter where or when you live.
And Yepai123, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. This is one of those...
It may not seem like much. 500 bits goes a long
Delta
way
Rain.
toward supporting science. Our tweet here on Twitch.
I do really appreciate that, Delta. Thank you for those 500 bits there. Appreciate you, Delta. Thanks for being here. I hope you had a good weekend. This is I've talked with other paleontologists about this before. This is a really interesting kind of thing going on here. And that you could call this an example of convergent evolution, where you've got turtles with different ancestors that converge on the same kind of body plan, the same kind of like leatherback thing they've got going on, where they don't have like a hard carapace, it's just skin stretched over the top of it. This has evolved multiple times, but the likelihood that you'll have the same morphology evolving in disparate groups, that likelihood increases the closer related those groups are. It's like, because they've got a more similar starting point. And so, really cool examples of convergent evolution, they become more and more likely the more recently the two groups diverge from one another. Does that make sense? So, some classic examples of convergent evolution. Actually, that's a really decent one. And that's... yeah. For common ancestors, you can have very similar body shapes, similar stuff overall, because it comes from a common ancestor. This is called a homology. Or you can have two entirely different ancestors, and they evolve a similar body plan despite that sometimes, like with hummingbirds and hawk moths. If this is a hawk moth, I don't know, I'm not a lepidopterist. This is that's a really cool example of convergent evolution because birds and moths are not closely related at all. But you can get convergent evolution that happens. Again, this is convergent evolution here on the right, where you've got different ancestors that still evolve into descendants that look similar to one another. They've got a similar body plan or something like that. Legless lizards are a good example of this, where these guys are not snakes. They are legless lizards. They evolved from a different ancestor than snakes did. But like snakes, they did evolve from a lizardy ancestor. And so, yeah, you're still evolving from a lizardy ancestor, so you're going to have a pretty similar result, you know? You've got a very similar starting point. So it is convergent evolution in the sense that it's a different group of lizards that evolved to look like snakes. Well, it's several different groups. Legless lizards have evolved like a dozen times. It's really cool. But it's maybe not as wild as like the hawk moth and the hummingbird, because they have got totally different ancestors. But both snakes and legless lizards both evolved from a lizard ancestor. So they're already starting off pretty close to one another. And I think that's what's going on with our turtles here too. While you've got like leatherback turtles that evolve multiple times, it's because they're evolving from a turtle ancestor, you know? They're already most of the way there. Does that make sense? Yeah. And yeah, snakes evolved from lizards, birds are down. Yeah, from lizards that are kind of close to like monitor lizards, like Komodo dragons and stuff like that. Yeah. And were there prehistoric snakes? You bet, Bravo Alpha Echo. In fact, we did a whole stream about that. What? A week or two ago? Let me find it for you. The VOD should be up here on YouTube. Snake Stream for National Serpent Day. Yeah, let's get to our snaky snakes. Yeah, don't try this at home. I was wearing the same shirt. Holy cow, it's like looking in a mirror. Anyway, here is a link. Decades before it was cool. You know? There you go. So yeah. And As Your Fire says, hasn't the crab body type evolved like 6 separate times? Yes, but that actually proves my point really well, As Your Fire. Or like demonstrates this idea I'm trying to talk about. Because each one of those times was from a crustacean ancestor. So it evolved from something that already looked like crabs. So, yeah, you're already evolving from something that, like, is kind of crabby already, you know? From a crustacean ancestor. So each one of these different crabs, I don't think any of these are true crabs, or maybe one of them is, but these all evolved from different ancestors within crustacea. So, like, one of them evolved from a lobster-like ancestor, another one maybe evolved from, like, a shrimp-like ancestor. But the thing is, you've already got that basic decapod body plan. You've already got 10 limbs like this. You've already got pinchers. You've already got everything else. And it's just like that final home stretch. You know, you pick a similar path. You evolve in a similar way because environmental conditions cause you to do that. Natural selection selects for the creatures that have this kind of a body plan because it just works really well in that environment. And if you're already starting off looking kind of like this, yeah, does that make sense? It's not like mammals are evolving to look like crabs. It's not like dinosaurs were evolving to look... That's not... When people talk about carcinization, it's like, oh, everything becomes crab. Like, no. Creatures that already looked kind of like crabs tend to evolve in this direction and look like this. So yeah, does that make sense? Yeah. Delta Rain Heights are clustering account. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And there you go, static life photo. That's another wonderful example is you've got the Indian gharial, Gavialis gangeticus, which is a species of crocodilian with these beautiful slim jaws like this for swiping through the water at their fishy prey. Anytime that crocodilians, they go down the, like, primarily fish-eating route, they often evolve these long, slender jaws. So that's the gharial right there. We also have the false gharial, genus Tomistoma, which evolved from a different ancestor, but they've also got those really long, slim jaws like that. Yeah, and then the Orinoco crocodile seems to maybe be evolving in that same direction. Its jaws are becoming pretty thin as well. And then in the ancient past, you had critters like Thoracosaurus, which is, I don't know if it makes it through the KPG. I think maybe it goes extinct there. I'm not totally sure. But it also had super long, thin jaws like that, primarily for focusing on fish. And then beyond that, so these are not super, maybe those are not super impressive as examples of convergent evolution, because it's like, you're already starting off with the basic body plan of a crocodile. You're just developing thinner jaws. But then you get stuff like champsosaurs. These guys are not crocodiles at all. They're related to lizards, probably? And yet they evolved these super thin, gharial-like jaws like this, too. Probably because they're doing a very, very similar job. And yet phytosaurs are another wonderful example. Before crocodiles even evolved, you had phytosaurs. Where some of them had big, robust jaws, like what we used to call Rudiodon. I don't know what this guy's name is now. Some of them have incredibly thin, narrow jaws like that. These guys are not, they're not even crocodiles. They're like, they're closer to dinosaurs, I think. And Spinosaurs, Tommy Plodicus, yeah. Spinosaurs like Baryonyx also evolved these long, thin jaws, which is super neat. A lot of these don't do a good. That's pretty good. Kind of a weird perspective, but yeah. The Jurassic World one is dog water. It's just garbage. Ugh. But yeah, that's a dinosaur that's also eating fishes in freshwater and maybe saltwater environments too. Yeah, pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. Yeah. Anyway, and Rogue Orsini says Australia has so many unique creatures that are still like their dinosaur ancestors. Are you talking about marsupials, Rogue Orsini? Not to jump down your throat about this, but the only descendants that dinosaurs have today are birds. Birds are the only group of dinosaurs that survived the end Cretaceous extinction event. So the only creatures on our planet today that evolved from dinosaurs are birds. So yeah, an emu would be a good example, and a cassowary. Mommy does, yeah. Gurtus pucca, mommy does, absolutely, yeah. But things like if you're talking about kangaroos or echidnas or platypus or wombats or something, they're all mammals. So they evolved from a totally different kind of critter. Yeah. Oh yeah, and salamander, the irritator thing with the backwards expanding jaws. That's yeah, seems legit. I don't know what else to say about that. but yeah. Yeah. And Rogue Orsini says, yes, the goanna. A goanna's it's a varanid lizard. So not a dinosaur. The way that we as scientists classify living things, the way we determine who is more closely related to whom, and thus put creatures into different groups, it's based on their ancestry. It's based on what they evolved from. And so, goannas, or other varanid lizards, like here's a Komodo dragon right here, these are squamates. They are lizards. Dinosaurs begin right here. So in order to be considered a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from a dinosaur ancestor. And these guys did not. So goannas, parentes, monitor lizards of all kinds, they did not evolve from dinosaurs. They evolved from a different group of reptiles that split off before the dinosaurs did. So yeah. So yeah, goannas are actually more closely related to mosasaurs. Exactly, yeah. Mosasaurs like this critter right here. Also not a dinosaur. This is why birds are dinosaurs, because birds evolved from a feathery, two-legged, meat-eating dinosaur. So birds are dinosaurs. So a chicken is a dinosaur. A goanna is not a dinosaur. Does that make sense? Yeah. I really desperately wish this sort of thing were taught in schools, but it's just... Well, we've talked about why it's not. Especially here in the US, there's a lot of creationist influence. And there is in Australia as well, actually. Ken Ham, that notorious American young Earth creationist, is originally from Australia. Australia also has a pretty powerful creationist movement. And Nalcar says, so dinosaurs taste like chicken? Well, chickens apparently do, and chickens are dinosaurs, so yeah. Yeah. Many people here in chat have probably heard before that, that dinosaur chicken nuggets are actually made from dinosaur. And it's true. Chickens are dinosaurs. Because they're birds, and birds are dinosaurs. So these, strictly speaking, are actually made of real dinosaur. Not a joke. It's true. Yeah. But yeah. And Rogue Orsini says, my teachers were painful and only there for the paycheck. That's unfortunate. Rogue Orsini, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad you're here, though. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm glad that we're able to talk about these things. And again, this is why I do what I do, you know? This is what I'm passionate about. This is stuff that everybody should have learned in school. And it's not your fault that you didn't. It's, well, not to put too fine a point on it, it's the creationist's fault that you didn't learn this in school. But it gives me plenty of things to talk about, you know? But let's get back to that. We were talking about convergent evolution. We were talking about leatherback sea turtles and all that. So let's continue.
We can start our story of the sea turtle back in the
I haven't even heard of that.
about
Blue laser,
120 million years ago, when the first true marine turtles appeared. The planet was really active tectonically back then, as the supercontinent Gondwana was breaking up.
Yeah, so that contains Australia down here, and India, and Madagascar, and Antarctica. New Zealand is somewhere over here as well. And Africa and South America. These continents combined are called Gondwana. And this better not be dying on me already, the earbud. Glad I've got a backup.
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
Well, thank you. Harry Gatau, I appreciate the follow.
Ontogeny.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. Okay, let's annotate this, shall we? Yeah. So, Earth's continents used to be all stuck together. Sir Jixer, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you. How you doing? Ciao from Italy. Oh. Sir. hello from the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. I hope you're having a great day. It's great to see you. Or great evening. In Italy, it's already nighttime, isn't it? Here in the Bay Area, it's actually not bright and sunny right now. This is a live view from the Lawrence Hall of Science up in the Berkeley Hills, and it's rainy and cloudy right now, which is nice. We get too much sunshine here. You got to break it up with some rain and clouds.
Because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Rogue Orsini, Rogue, thank you so much for that. Is a recurring sub right there. Thank you very, very much for that. I hope you enjoy all the emotes. I hope you enjoy not having to watch any ads for as long as you stay subscribed. Here's a few of those emotes here for you. Enjoy. Thank you for that pledge of support. It means a lot to me. It really does. Here, before we went off on that tangent, I was about to explain this and annotate it real quick. Yeah, so the southern continents over here, Australia, India, that's India right there. That's India. Madagascar, Antarctica, Africa, and South America. And Gamer L, thank you for the 16 months of support. I really appreciate that. Gamer L, 16 months.
Hello again.
Thank you. Gamer L, that ongoing support. It means a lot to me. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Holy cow. Good stuff. Gondwana's down here. These are the southern continents. And then up north, North America, Europe, Asia. These are called... Here, maybe I should do magenta. Laurasia. And then together, they've been coming apart since the beginning of the age of the dinosaurs. Together they were called Pangea. And let's see here, there, clear. And Gamer L, 10 gift subs. Thank you for that. Look at how excited this beautiful Tinamu bird is. Beautiful Gondwanan bird. Oh shoot.
Gamer_L_007 is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Charcone says duck. No, it's not a duck. That was a Tinamu. Thank you, Gamer L. I really appreciate that support. Holy moly, 10 gift subs. Thank you for that support. It means a lot. And that goes a long way. Not just trying to get to our sub goal, but also ensuring that new viewers don't have to watch any ads until maybe they'd like to subscribe themselves. If they'd like to support this mission of science outreach. But also, when you gift subs like that, that also raises the profile of this channel a little bit. Makes it more likely that the Twitch algorithm will recommend this channel to new viewers and stuff. So it goes a long way. Thank you, GamerL. Thank you. But yeah. And TR8R says, is Laurasia where the name Laurentian Divide comes from? Yes, indeed. Yep. Anyway. Good stuff. Let's get back to our video here, talking about the origin of turtles and stuff.
As new, smaller continents formed, lots of new coastlines appeared, creating plenty of sea turtle habitat. Taking advantage of these new marine habitats, turtles may have transitioned from land to sea multiple times in different parts of the world. One of these transitions included the group of sea turtles that Archelon belonged to, the protostegids, whose fossils have been found in Europe, Australia, and South America. And some of the earliest protostegids had bodies like archelons, big with lightweight shells, which may have let them travel long distances and spread out around the world. Their large bodies might also have helped them maintain a more stable body temperature than most other reptiles, a phenomenon called gigantothermy. Basically, being big means your body has more volume relative to surface area, so you lose less heat to the environment.
I'll keep you warm.
And big changes were in the works that would give these turtles a bit of a boost. Right in the middle of the Cretaceous, the climate warmed and sea levels rose, creating even more sea turtle habitat. By this time, North America was literally split
Good old
down the
West
middle.
there. Yeah, the Western Interior Seaway. This past summer when we were digging in Wyoming, we were basically digging in rocks that were laid down near the shore of the Western Interior Seaway up here about 73 million years ago. Yeah, good stuff. Man, it's raining hard. I'm going to go look again at the rain outside. I get excited about this. I'll be right back.
From the Gulf of Mexico to the Arctic Ocean by a body of water known as the Western Interior Seaway. And this warm, kind of brackish water turned out to be a great place for sea turtles, hosting an explosion of their diversity, including some of the giants, like another huge cousin of Archelon, Protostega gigas. It was smaller than Archelon, but not by much. It was still more than 3 meters long. It had a shell made of tough skin over strut-like ribs, like the leatherback, and it was more widespread. But then, well, you know how the world is. Change is the only constant. So in the late Cretaceous, the climate cooled again, which made sea levels drop. And this, combined with the geological uplift of the Great Plains, meant that by 70 million years ago, the Western Interior Seaway had disappeared, its water now frozen in the poles. Most of the North American sea turtles went extinct, disappearing from the fossil record. Both Archelon and its cousin Protostega were...
Huygens says, did Archelon coexist with sea crocodiles? I believe it did. Yeah. In the late Cretaceous, there were, what are they called? Thalassasuchians, I think? Yeah, I don't know if they lived in the Western Interior Seaway, but they definitely lived in other parts of the world in the late Cretaceous. And I think they're some of the only marine reptiles to have survived that. It's like maybe a handful of sea turtles, and then some thalassasuchians. I forget who there's a particular genus I'm thinking of. I can't remember the name. But yeah, these guys did coexist, at least at the same time, if not the same place. And there you go, Jaded Fairy. Sea turtles are so cool. They're really, really, really neat. And actually, if you ever want to... Oh. Yeah, my earbud just died on me. Swap this out. There we go. If you ever want to watch some sea turtles live, the Monterey Bay Aquarium has got a live stream. Let's see, live cam, open sea. That should do it. Yeah. Oh, and there we go. There's a sea turtle right here. This, I think, is a... I'm not sure what kind of sea turtle that is. It doesn't look like a loggerhead. It's probably a green sea turtle. They're generally the more common of our extant sea turtles. But yeah, lucky timing. I think there's 2 of them in there right now, but they like to hang out by the window. And it's a huge tank wombat hole. Holy moly. It's amazingly large. And my earbud is not connecting properly. Come on. There we go. We're on. I'm gonna be visiting here next month, hopefully. And I'll get to see those turtles in person. Yeah. But yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, here's a link. If you ever want to watch this. I frequently cast this to the TV screen here in my house and just have it on in the background while I'm cleaning or doing chores and stuff like that. It's one of my favorite things to watch. And every morning at 10 a.m. Pacific or 11 a.m. I forget when they have feeding time. But But you can watch the feeding take place. I'll show you a recording of that right here. Yeah. Take a look at this. It's so cool. It's so cool. Yeah. Your husband and you had your first date there? That's really romantic, Mommy does. You can see you thought he was a keeper, maybe, based on that. And probably he thought the same of you. That's awesome. That's awesome. But yeah, good stuff. So you can watch that live. They do the feeding time every morning. And so you can watch it on the live cam. Which is really neat. It's really neat. And you can hear the narration and everything too. They also put that through the live feed. So you can see it. It's pretty nifty. Oops Kaput says, do you like zoos? I have mixed feelings. Feel sad for the animals. Any thoughts? I generally really like zoos. There are some zoos that are not as well funded as they should be, but that's... I don't know. Zoos have turned out to be extraordinarily important for preventing the extinction of certain species of animal. Because if you can figure out how to captive breed them, or if you can study them under controlled conditions, and you can learn more about them, you can learn how to protect them, how to save them from extinction. And so, as Earth's climate continues to warm, and as habitats are increasingly destroyed by human encroachment, zoos are going to become more and more and more important for protecting different species of animal from extinction. So that's my take right there. Yeah. And yeah, and also, yeah, Mommy does, holy cow. I didn't even think about that, but that's also really important. Zoos are a vital place to inform the general public about animals. To get people to see animals as fellow living creatures, you know? To get people to care about animals. And to care about things like habitat destruction and climate change. Because we're facing big headwinds there. Like, again, not to put too fine a point on it, but big business is actively disinterested in conservation. It's not good for the bottom line if you have to stop clear-cutting forests or stop spewing noxious gases into the atmosphere, because you know what's the cheapest way to do it. It's best for the stockholders. The shareholders demand profits, and if that requires, shoving orangutans into a wood chipper, then so be it, because it's all about the shareholder value. Our society's kind of built on that kind of thing. And zoos, in a way, are kind of standing athwart that and saying, no, don't do that. There are things more important in this world than profits. I think as a result, that's often why they're underfunded, Zoos do not make the wealthy any wealthier. But anyway. Yeah. And zoos are also a primary form of outreach. Exactly, Sloppy Salamander. Exactly. Yeah. Fall Machine says zoos also allow dentists to see a tiger and a lion for the first time. You mean not through the sights of a rifle? Yeah, Fall Machine. Yeah. But yeah. And Dinosaur Dave makes a good point there. Yeah. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon. That's part of it too. Yeah. Anyway, back to our turtles. Let's continue here.
Gone before the Cretaceous period even ended. And that was the end of that first group of giant skin-shelled turtles, the protostegids.
Very cool.
But a new separate lineage was gaining a foothold, or a flipper hold? Anyway, this one would eventually lead to the leatherback. These marine reptiles, a superfamily known as Chelonioidea, may have first appeared during the first explosion of sea turtle diversity in the late Cretaceous. And this is the group that living sea turtles belong to.
Oh, I didn't know this.
Somehow, some of them must have made it through one of the world's biggest changes.
Yeah, the KPG impact.
Mass extinction, 66 million years ago. For example, fossils of a North American sea turtle called Euclastes show that it was around both before and after the extinction event. It had a nearly complete bony shell, and it looks to be related to today's hard-shelled sea turtles. As for the leatherbacks, the family they belong to is called Dermocolidae, which literally means skin shells. And this family likely split off from the harder-shelled ancestors of other living sea turtles around the late Cretaceous, soon after the superfamily Chelonioidea appeared. Now, we're still not sure where geographically the leatherback's family came about, but there's some genetic evidence that it originated in the Indo-Pacific region. And we do know that these new skin-shelled turtles totally took off after the end Cretaceous extinction. I mean, as fast as turtles can, take off. Just like the
sea turtles can be pretty darn fast. Like, they're undoubtedly the world's fastest turtles. Yeah. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah.
The protostegids did 50 million years earlier.
Welcome, Jody
This
Fish.
group
Good to have you.
diversified and spread around the world. Their fossils found in deposits from Japan to the UK. And this worldwide expansion of the leatherback's family showed how successful their body plan, that is, big and with a skin-covered shell, can be in the right conditions. And over time, that body plan gradually became even more specialized, with a new adaptation. Bits of bone embedded in the leathery shell called ossicles. Ossicles first show up in a turtle from Saudi Arabia around 56 million years ago called Arabemis.
Arabemis, very, very literal name. And it means Arab turtle. Arabemis, Arab turtle. There's something to be appreciated about very literal names like that. They deliver what they promise. Yeah.
Then other species with ossicles kept popping up all over, from Africa to New Zealand and even Antarctica. Ossicles may provide some degree of protection, but some researchers think that they might also play a role in calcium regulation. Modern turtles release calcium from their shells to keep their bloodstreams from getting too acidic. And we do know that, over time, these ossicles became thinner and lighter, which helped make these turtles more buoyant. And it's possible that...
And by the way, that thing, like the, kind of borrowing minerals from certain parts of your body?
Turtles release calcium from their shells to keep their bloodstreams from getting too acidic.
We suspect that armored dinosaurs, like, nodosaurs, for instance, that these guys may have also been doing something similar with their armor. Their armor might not have just been for armor purposes. But may have also served the purpose of like storing certain minerals that they'll need throughout certain parts of the year. So if these animals are, say, hibernating during a certain part of the year or something, like we think they did down in Antarctica, in like regions with really, really high seasonality. There's an Ankylosaurid. Those armor plates might not serve just as protection from predators, but also as like a storage tank for certain minerals that the animals will need during lean times. I was not aware that turtles maybe do the same thing. So in this video, that's the first time I've ever heard this. That's some interesting stuff right there. Yeah.
Turtles may provide some degree of protection, but some researchers think that they might also play a role in calcium regulation. Modern turtles release calcium from their shells to keep their bloodstreams from getting too acidic. And we do know that, over time, these ossicles became thinner and lighter, which helped make these turtles more buoyant. And it's possible that other factors could have shaped the evolution of ossicles too.
And Logan says female birds do that with calcium, right? Before using them to lay eggs. So, since birds don't really have, like, armor plates, so it's tend to be way too heavy for flight, birds are all about lightweight, for the most part. Unless you're a penguin, then it becomes about being heavier, so you don't buoy up to the surface as soon as you go in the water. Penguins are weird like that, because they fly underwater. They need to be the same density as water. For volant birds, flying birds, they're all about lightweightedness. And so, they're all about being lightweight. So they'll actually deposit extra calcium in their medullary cavity of their long bones. So say their thigh bones, they've got like a little ring of calcium in there before they're about to lay their eggs. That's like a temporary storage area for that calcium before it goes to form the eggshell. Yeah. Yeah, enlightened. There you go, Claire Burr. Yeah. But yeah.
In any event, they were part of the specialized body plan that made the long migrations possible. But the early success of the leatherback's family wouldn't last long. Only 3 species of these skin-shelled turtles are found in the Oligocene.
There you go, Logan.
2 in the Miocene and just 1 in the Pliocene. So what happened to them? Well,
and Rogue, do you have a link to that? I'd love to see an article or something if you've got that. We can check that out.
Well, it's probably yet another change in climate. Between about 45 million and 23 million years ago, the climate got a lot cooler and drier, making the world much less favorable for sea turtles. And today, the leatherback is the only skin-shelled sea turtle left. Like Erebus and later skin shells, it has hundreds of ossicles in its shell. And, maybe thanks to its lightweight shell, it has one of the longest recorded migrations of any vertebrate animal. Plus,
Very
as
cool.
a gigantotherm, the leatherback's size, along with an extra layer of insulating brown fat, keeps its body temperature stable, even while migrating from its tropical breeding grounds to subpolar areas where it forages.
This is what you might call like a cosmopolitan range. Not quite as much as, say, maybe an orca or something, like a killer whale. But, yeah, they live all over the world. They live in all the world's oceans, except, I guess you could say they don't live in the Great Southern Ocean around Antarctica, or the Arctic Ocean. But everywhere else, you can find leatherback sea turtles. There are records of leatherback sea turtles, photographs that people have taken that are geotagged right here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Or rather, just over that way, outside of the Golden Gate, out in the Pacific, near San Francisco Bay. They even live here. It's pretty cool, you know? They're such cool critters, leatherbacks. They really, really are. My favorite extant sea turtle. They're really, really interesting. We have them in Sweden, says Patrick Crusader. There's a way to check on that. If we go to... Oh man, is it gonna make me log in again? Ugh, it always logs me out. It's aggravating. Here, let me figure out what email I used to log in. That one, okay. Log in. There we go. Why didn't that work? Let me try this. I'm trying to show you what... That's not gonna work. Oh boy. There we go. Finally. Ugh, goodness. Dermot Kelly's view observations here. So these are various observations around the world of leatherback sea turtles. Which is pretty cool. Why is this not rendering properly? ...436 observations. We can see if there are any near Sweden. If it'll load. Yeah, no logged observations of them in Sweden. Yeah. Anyway, iNaturalist is such a cool resource if you're interested in, you know, exploring where different creatures live, where they've been observed. If you want to, well, here, I'll just show you a quick little video explaining this. Let's see. Take a look at this.
iNaturalist is a social network where anyone can record and share their photographs of living things. When you share a photograph on iNaturalist, it becomes more than just a picture. It becomes an observation. It's a record of an organism in a place at a time.
Yep.
Each observation is shared with a global community of naturalists, where it can be identified, discussed, and used to give us a greater understanding of life on Earth. Wherever you are, biodiversity is there too. Get out and observe it.
Very, very cool stuff. Yeah, and if you have kids, or if you are a kid at heart, perhaps, you can use kind of a simplified version. Yeah. This is Seek by iNaturalist. So basically you're just like identifying different things. If you don't want to like do the whole social network aspect of it, if you're not super enthusiastic about sharing photos with naturalists and building a data set and all that, this basically just uses the identification part of that app. It's like a standalone thing. So you can identify just about any organism around you. Could be an elephant, could be a leaf, could be a slug, could be a bird. But it's pretty excellent. I would highly recommend it. Yeah. And you can share Seek things to iNaturalist. Oh, I didn't know that, Charlie's Dragon. Neat. Very neat. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah. And are there any observations logged for uprivers? I'm not sure, Gimpleg, for leatherback sea turtles. You can check if you sign up for iNaturalist. Yeah. Cool stuff. Anyway, leatherbacks. They're found all over the world.
And the leatherback's suite of adaptations, including its thick, oily skin, allow it to dive more than 1,200 meters. Today's leatherback is the last member of its family, and the only surviving part of that second great radiation of skin-shelled sea turtles. And while it isn't related to Archelon and the protostegids, it does resemble them in a lot of important ways. Yet another reminder that body plans that just work, like being a huge skin-shelled turtle, can show up in the history of life again and again.
Cool stuff. Here is a link to this video right here. Oh, and in just 9 minutes, we can do today's iteration of Metazoa. Yeah. So good stuff. Good stuff. In 2019, they reported 30 water-loving turtles. Interesting, Patrick Crusader. Interesting. Yeah. Charlie's Dragon says, and here I thought I had to go to Greece to see sea turtles. Oh, no way. Yeah, the leatherbacks in particular can live all over the place. Here, take a look at this. Massachusetts. This huge leatherback sea turtle became stranded on Cape Cod in Massachusetts. Creature weighed more than 270 kilos. Wow. It's more than 500 pounds. Rescue equipment, usually used for dolphins and small whales, was needed. Wow. Turtle isn't even close to the largest of its kind. Yeah. Leatherback sea turtles get so much bigger than this. So much bigger than this. Yeah. Good for them. It's good people. They are such cool critters. Here's some unique footage from a leatherback sea turtle at the Norwegian west coast. They are the largest living species of turtle, Bossminster. Yes. Yeah. Look at that. Ah, so cool. Yeah. And bonitos, I tend to think of turtles as being warmer climate beasts. They usually are. But they swim so deep, so clearly tolerate cold well. Leatherbacks, in particular, do this. And they kind of undersold this in the other video. Like, oh, well, you know, they have mass homeothermy, or they've got, you know, special oils that keep them warm or something. No, they also generate their own body heat by flapping their flippers, by swimming. They're actually generating their own body heat like endothermic animals do, like warm-blooded animals do. Yeah. Oh, and cool, Claire. We'll see if we can take a look at that too. Yeah. Look at those, like, pilot fish there with the leatherback. Oh, man. This is way up north, Norway. Holy cow. Yeah. Oh, and is that like fishing gear? Fishing line or something that's stuck to its shell? Interesting. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. From the Institute of Marine Research in Norway. Norway gets a lot of sea ice, thoroughly Arctic to the north. Yeah. So pretty cool that that these animals can exist in a place like that. I'm trying to find you a video of the there was a team that was looking at leatherback sea turtles and looking at their metabolism. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to find it. Well, here we go. This is an interesting one. I think maybe we've watched this before, but the channel's called Davis Reptile Lab.
So recently I was asked a question, and that question was, are all reptiles cold-blooded? So first we have to recognize what we mean by cold-blooded. Like, there are many reptiles, like lizards and snakes, that'll keep their body temperature well above 100 degrees, which would kill us, a warm-blooded animal. So the important thing here is not necessarily how much heat does an organism generate, but how do they generate that heat. And the technical terms for this are going to be endothermic
And ectothermic. Yeah.
So an endotherm is an animal that is dependent on or capable of the internal generation of heat, or a warm-blooded animal. And an ectotherm is an animal that is dependent on external sources for body heat, or a cold-blooded animal. Now, humans, as endotherms, use a huge amount of our caloric intake every day, just keeping our bodies at 98 degrees Fahrenheit. But because ectothermic organisms get a lot of their heat from external sources, like the sun or just the ambient heat in their environment, they don't have the same caloric requirements that endotherms do. Now, most clades of extant reptiles are ectothermic.
Now, different guy.
But
Different
not
guy.
all. The biggest exception here is going to be the only extant lineage
I think
of
so,
dinosaurs,
anyway.
the birds. Birds are all endothermic, and it's believed now that most, if not all, dinosaurs were also endothermic. And there are some
Warm-blooded.
examples within the squamate reptiles, like the lizards and the snakes, of animals showing endothermic traits, although they may not be a true endothermic organism. Like, some species of pythons have actually been known to shiver on their eggs to generate heat to maintain adequate incubation temperatures. And the Argentine black and white tegu in the winter months has been known to generate some internal heat to keep a body temperature a few degrees above the ambient temperature in their environment. And leatherback sea turtles can generate heat
There we
that
go.
are near constant muscle movement, and have been measured to have body temperatures sometimes 32 degrees warmer than the water that they're swimming in. And although
So that would be like, you would think this would be a classic example of endothermy. This is an animal that's generating its own body heat. An ectothermic animal is an animal that, you know, its internal temperature is the same as the ambient temperature. You know? Like, what's going on outside dictates what's going on inside. Like, whatever heat exists in the animal, it's got to be entirely from its, you know, its external environment. Maybe that means basking on a hot rock in order to help warm yourself up, or hanging out on a road after dark, like a lot of snakes and lizards will do, because the asphalt stays hot longer than the surrounding environment does. Leatherback sea turtles are not like that. Like, they are generating their own body heat. Their internal temperature might be way, way, way warmer than the surrounding ocean. And that's why they're able to range all over the world. Pretty cool, right? Yeah.
generate heat through their near constant muscle movement, and have been measured to have body temperatures sometimes 32 degrees warmer than the water that they're swimming in. And although
I don't know if that's Celsius or Fahrenheit, those degrees, but yeah. Yeah. So, Oops Kaput says, I'm confused. Are leatherbacks endothermic or ectothermic? Yes. The point is that those terms, like these neat little boxes that we try and put critters into, they don't always fit everybody. You know? The real world, nature does not work in neat little binaries like that. You know? There are going to be interesting in-betweens for just about anything. This is one of those. Like, it's so cool.
heat through their near constant muscle movement, and have been measured to have body temperatures sometimes 32 degrees warmer than the water that they're swimming in. And although some of the species do show traits of endothermy, they don't truly maintain their body temperature internally. Therefore, they're still classified as ectotherms.
Okay. So I guess if you need to say if they're endotherms or ectotherms, if you need that binary, you would say that leatherback sea turtles are ectotherms. Because maybe it's through, like, just the strenuous motion of their muscles. All those muscles firing generate body heat for them. But then again, there are mammals which could be considered ectothermic, you know? Where their internal temperature is largely reliant on what the external temperature is. We see a lot of these in the tropics. Sloths are a good example of a mammal that might be cold-blooded, despite being a mammal, you know? So there's interesting spectra there. And then there are, there's stuff going on with other kinds of creatures. Like, I think it was tuna, where, like, their head and their brain in that area might be way, way, way warmer than the rest of their body. And it does seem like they're actually generating their own body heat for that, but not for the rest of their body. So there's interesting stuff. Yeah. Bonito says, so they don't maintain a fairly constant temperature? No, they do, but it's not necessarily through, like, burning of food to create heat. I think that's the idea.
Degrees warmer than the water that they're swimming in. And although some of these species do show traits of endothermy, they don't truly maintain their body temperature internally. Therefore, they're still classified as ectotherms.
So I think, he doesn't really elaborate on it here, but I think the distinction is that in warm-blooded animals, you know, endothermic animals, like most mammals, like us, we generate our own body heat through, you know, basically burning calories. So whether we're awake or asleep, whether we're sitting down or whether we're running around, our bodies are working to maintain homeostasis, maintain like a constant, more or less constant temperature. That's why, like, when you get a fever, that could be really bad for you. Like a really, really high fever is not good for your body. Because, like, it's throwing things out of whack. Whereas, quote-unquote, cold-blooded animals, ectotherms, their body temperatures can fluctuate a lot, and they can still remain healthy. Because they kind of evolved to have fluctuating temperatures like that, because they're reliant on external sources of heat. Leatherback sea turtles are kind of like, they're almost kind of in the middle, where they're generating their own body heat by moving their muscles, but maybe their body temperature drops a lot at night when they're sleeping or something like that. I'm not sure. Yeah.
The non-avian...
And Oops Kaput says, this stream gives me a ton of fun topics to discuss with my kids. Thank you so much. You bet, Oops Kaput. You bet. It's good to have you here. And thank you for your questions.
Extant reptiles are exclusively ectothermic, as are most animals on the planet. In fact, the only two that aren't are going to be the birds and mammals. Although, like some reptiles, there are mammals that show some ectothermic traits and not exclusively endothermic, like the naked mole rats, who don't make sense in more ways than just this, but they also aren't able to maintain a steady body temperature and use the ambient heat in the tunnels around them to maintain that temperature.
Yep.
So ultimately, these things exist on a spectrum, just like almost everything that we try to categorize as humans. There's not a yes/no flag. It's a spectrum of how ectothermic or endothermic are you in many cases. The other really interesting thing about this is it appears that both mammals and dinosaurs developed endothermy separately through a phenomenon called convergent evolution.
Oh, and we were just talking about convergent evolution earlier. This is beautiful. Yeah.
So as with everything, it's complicated. But we can pretty comfortably say that lizards, snakes, turtles, and crocodilians are cold-blooded. Most of the time.
There you go. Good video here. From Davis Reptile Lab. Only got 6 likes so far, and I just gave one of those. So maybe help change that if you'd like to. There's a link in the chat for you. Moosey Fate says, I think that's where a lot of people get frustrated with science, when reality is more nuanced than tight definitions. My parents still stress over the health of eggs, and I try to remind them it matters what you are looking for in health. It really depends. Yeah. Because, well, not to get into it too much again, but like, I don't know. Modern economy is built on this idea of, like, quick and simple answers to things. Like, oh, just buy a product to solve this issue. Or, like, oh, well, you need this or you need that. And it's like, this idea of, like, neat little categories that you can all arrange and put different price points on and stuff. It's very much like a capitalist thing, I guess. The real world doesn't work that way. You know, nature doesn't work that way. That's not how the universe works. Not everything is neatly packaged and wrapped in plastic and then, like, here's your easy answer. There you go, you know? That'll be $13.95, please. But the thing is, we're trained to think that way in this society. Because that's how everything is, like, designed to run when you're working in this economy, you know? So I can understand why people, especially non-scientists, have difficulty with, like, the nuance and the gray areas and stuff like that. You know? Yeah. But yeah. And Rogue says science. The more we learn, the greater realization of how much we don't know. Yeah. Because every new discovery yields several new questions. And that's super exciting. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. So good point, Moosey Fate. I agree with you on that. Yeah. But good to remember when someone gets frustrated with science, so you can address the real point of their frustration. Yeah. And I don't know, I try and talk about that on this channel a lot. You know, how those gray areas and in-betweens are fascinating and beautiful and exciting. Like, that's really cool. That there is so much wonderful complexity in the world around us. That nature isn't just simple, neat little categories, but there's like this whole wide world of variation, and oh, it's just wonderful. And here to get into that again, here we've looked at this video before, but we'll take a look at it again now because it's very pertinent. Talking about warm versus cold-blooded.
Probably learn that there are two types of animals. Warm-blooded ones, which generate heat internally and therefore keep their bodies at a consistent temperature, and cold-blooded ones, which rely on the environment for heat and therefore have body temperatures that fluctuate. But that's basically wrong. I'm David, and this is Minute Earth. When you try to actually categorize animals by their temperature regulation strategies, they don't fit neatly into two buckets. Let's take a look at how animals generate their heat. Mammals like humans and bears and hedgehogs mostly generate their heat internally, putting them over here. But other mammals, like naked mole rats, have mostly lost that ability because they live in underground chambers with natural year-round climate control. So let's put
Moosey Fate says, in gamer context, it's like someone wanting to build a guide to beat something versus wanting to understand how to make their own builds. There you go. Yeah. And I do think... Yeah. I'm not going to say especially here on Twitch, there are people who treat the natural world like, you know, like, oh, I want to memorize the stats of all these animals so that I can rattle them up. It's like, I don't know, I encountered that a lot over the last few weeks when I was teaching kids on the weekends. So I did a brief series of dinosaur classes. It's just 3 weeks of dinosaur classes. Like every Saturday there'd be a class, kids would show up, we'd talk dinosaurs. And some of these kids were really clever and really, really into dinosaurs. And it was interesting how many of them treated them like they're Pokemon or something. You know? It's like, I saw this one in this book, and you know, like, oh, well, Giganotosaurus is bigger than Carcharodontosaurus, because Giganotosaurus is 53 feet long, and Carcharodontosaurus is 49 feet long. It's like, well, we don't have complete skeletons for either of those animals. Here's Giganotosaurus right here. We're missing parts of it, and also we've got one decent skeleton, I think, of Giganotosaurus. For Carcharodontosaurus, we've got even less material. I mean, we really don't know what this animal's full adult size was. But everybody, you know, these kids, understandably, I think they want like a, you know, they want figures and facts. They want a way to like categorize things neatly. And that's a big step in like, that's a stage that you go through when you're learning about dinosaurs as a kid. As like a dinosaur kid, I know this from experience.
Subtropical delta, home of the big plant eaters.
Reanimated Bit, thank you for the 6 months of support. I do really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for keeping me on the air as long as you have, Reanimated Bit. I appreciate you. I don't know, once you actually start learning about the nuts and bolts of how fossil science works, though, you understand how much of this stuff is more uncertain, how many gray areas there are. We don't actually know that Carcharodontosaurus was 49 feet long and Giganotosaurus was 53 feet long. Are these mature animals? Does one of them actually have a longer tail than the other? When you've got very limited information like this, those facts and figures are, it's not like they're made up, but they're not reflecting the actual situation on the ground, you know? So yeah. I don't know, and I try and talk about that here. And this is part of that too. Reanimated Bit says, thank you for being able to say my name without messing it up. I'm dealing with Latin binomials all day, every day, Reanimated Bit. Your name is... that's easy peasy. Yeah. Wouldn't believe how many people can't say reanimated. Well, most people aren't paleontologists. Yeah. Lots of other people can pronounce seemingly difficult words too, but, you know, that's where it comes from with me. But yeah. And Native Fiend says science has the ability to extrapolate based on those bones we have. No, absolutely. Native Fiend, yeah. Like in the example of Carcharodontosaurus, we can basically try and figure out what the broad picture of this animal looked like based on very limited material because we have bones of its close relatives. We kind of use those to fill in the blanks. But sometimes that's tricky because one creature might have a really weird, you know, bit of morphology. It might have something bizarre going on that doesn't match up. And so the more fossils we have, the better off we are. But we do a lot of kind of comparative anatomy and using parts of relatives to fill in gaps over here and over there and stuff like that. Does that make sense? So, like, this is largely based on the skeleton of Giganotosaurus. And parts that are missing from Giganotosaurus, you could fill in the blanks with, say, Carcharodontosaurus, or Conchovenator, or Allosaurus, or something like that. You look at the relatives of these animals, kind of fill in those blank spots. And that's only possible because these creatures are all related to one another. In a world where you didn't have evolution, this would be impossible, you know? But since we know that living things are related to one another and they evolved from common ancestors, they're inheriting traits from their ancestors and then modifying them along the way, and that's how any of this stuff works, you know? If each of these creatures just, like, poofed into existence, one by one, then, well, A, they would all look completely different from one another, and you wouldn't have these, like, gradational similarities. And B, you wouldn't be able to use those gradational similarities to, like, fill in the blanks. Does that make sense? Genera relativity. I like that, Andit. Genera relativity. Genera are related to one another. Yeah. But yeah. And the thing with Tridentinosaurus, I'm still not familiar with that animal, Patrick Crusader. There is another one from Mongolia that we were going to talk about today that's a good example of this. Oh, is this a... Okay, this is a super old fossil reptile. It's a historical forgery. Interesting. Huh. Interesting. I haven't heard about this yet. Yeah. Yeah. And Bubsy says, if so many things are on a spectrum, why don't scientists make official scales or something, like for earthquakes? We do in some cases, yeah. Yeah, but the thing is, for earthquakes, you're measuring the magnitude of the earthquake, and so that's pretty simple. But for other things, you're dealing with a bunch of different variables, different measurements, and so it gets really complicated. So a scale wouldn't necessarily be super useful. Instead, what we do is like a phylogeny, for instance. If we're trying to figure out how different creatures are related to one another, Then, here, you can do something like this. Here's tyrannosaurs and tyrannosauroids on an evolutionary family tree, what we call a phylogeny. Yeah, or a cladogram. So right here, according to cladistics, so like trying to quantify different anatomical variables, give them different numbers, you run them through a computer, and basically it spits out a result like this, trying to show you who is more closely related to whom based on that. And it's very much a garbage in, garbage out kind of a deal. So like, if you're putting bad information in, you're going to get a bad result. But this is pretty standard for like how we make family trees in paleontology. Like, in most papers describing a new kind of dinosaur, a new genus or a new species, you'll have a cladogram in there. Well, they will have done an analysis where they try and figure out how is this creature related to the other critters from this group. And so this is kind of like that, trying to like assign numeric values or trying to create some sort of a scale, Bubsy. I guess this is the closest thing I can think of to that. Does that make sense? Yeah. But yeah. Patrick Crusader says, so that whole dinosaur doesn't exist? What do you mean, Patrick Crusader? Oh, Giganotosaurus and Carcharodontosaurus are definitely... Yeah. Even though we don't have very much of it, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I'm not sure I understand your question. Yeah. And Oops Kaput says, as a kid I was very confused by biology. It made me feel stupid, frankly, because concepts seemed arbitrary. And explanations were always superficial. Oops Kaputs, can I ask where you grew up? Because if it's here in the US, then I know exactly why that's the case. I know exactly why that's the case. And we can talk about it. Oh, and Patrick Crusader, yeah, Tridentinosaurus is not a dinosaur. That's why I hadn't heard of it before. It's a different fossil reptile. Yeah, if it's from 280 million years ago, it's from way before the first dinosaurs. It would be from, like, the Permian period. Yeah, so this is a creature that would have looked vaguely lizard-like, I guess. Maybe. Anyway, yeah, this is probably a specimen that the original... It was probably bought and sold. Don't buy fossils and expect to be able to do good science on them. There's so many pitfalls. This is an example of that. But yeah. And will we have time to talk about Permian creatures? Probably not today, King Neokai. We'll see. I haven't even gotten to any of the fossil news today, except for briefly touching on this. And we still have to do Metazoa as well. But yeah. I think a big part of why, to get back to what Oops Kaputs was saying, and this is an important point that I'd like to make. Oh, and Oops Kaputs says I grew up in Brazil. Interesting. Creationism wasn't a thing, but education favored rote memorization, not critical thinking. Yeah. You can't teach science that way. It doesn't work. Like, unless maybe you're doing something simple like physics or chemistry, rote memorization might help, but like, you're not really teaching science, you're more just teaching like a list of facts, I guess. So yeah, that's just really poor teaching. I'm sorry, Oops Kaputs, that's lousy. I'm really glad. I'm glad that hasn't completely destroyed your love of science. Because rote memorization just... What an efficient and effective way to make someone learn to hate a particular subject, you know? Oh boy. But what about in the US? Yeah, King Neokai. Let's talk about that.
Does it play?
There's... Yeah. Here. We touched on this multiple times last week, this really cool documentary here. But here in the US, there's a big problem in that biology just isn't taught properly in US schools. Even in public schools, it's just usually not. And paleontology, the history of life on Earth, despite being probably the coolest story ever, you know, the origin, the evolution, the development of life on Earth, you know, through changing conditions on our planet. Even though that's incredibly awesome and, like, everybody is inherently interested in that, it just doesn't really get explored in school, typically. If it does, it's, like, usually really, really brief. Maybe you might have if you get super lucky, you might have a really passionate teacher who wants to emphasize this, even though it's not really emphasized in the textbook or in the curriculum. Some of you in chat were very lucky to have really, really excellent teachers who were very passionate about that. But for the most part, teachers are overworked and underpaid and just kind of pressed on all sides. And, like, if they touch on this stuff at all, it'll be just the stuff that's in the textbook. And there are people who fight very hard to keep natural history, like actually talking about, you know, the development of life on Earth. People work very, very hard to keep that out of the textbooks.
Of life, with one species giving rise to another over millions of years. The discovery of Tiktaalik was still being written up at the time of the trial, so it couldn't be used as evidence. But Shubin's colleague, paleontologist Kevin Padian, showed the judge examples of other fossils with transitional features that support Darwin's tree of life.
My testimony in the trial was basically taking a day and showing the judge how we do our work and what the evidence is.
How dinosaurs evolved into birds, as seen in creatures like Archaeopteryx, which has a long tail and teeth like a dinosaur, but feathers just like a modern bird. How ancestors of modern reptiles evolved into creatures now extinct that share a common ancestor with mammals. And how surprisingly whales evolved from large land animals that returned to the water.
And where the pandas book says we can't go from A to B, there are no fossils and we don't know how to study them. Actually, we've gone from A to B and to C, D, E, F, and G. We have the fossils, we have the transitional features, we have the ways of analyzing them with many different lines of evidence, and we're looking for the picture that accounts for the most lines of objective evidence.
With each fossil, Padian refuted Panda's claim that different life forms appear suddenly by showing how fossils of extinct organisms bridge the gaps between species, resulting in a picture of gradual evolution, just as Darwin proposed.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff, and how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before?
And that's huge. Like, reporters, I don't know, I've met some reporters who were some of the brightest, most interesting people I've ever met. I've also met reporters who were just very dull people. But for the most part, reporters and journalists in general tend to be well-educated. Like, they've gone to school, they've taken a bunch of classes. They are what our society considers well-educated, well-rounded people. Usually. And journalists usually consider themselves to be very well-educated and intelligent people, very well-read. They know what's up, you know? And so to hear Kevin say this, that, like, they were astonished. Like, why have I never heard of any of this stuff? I'm a very well-educated person. Well, there's a reason for that, you know?
Just as Darwin proposed.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff, and how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before. And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
And that's really the crux of it. It's deeply, deeply frustrating that, you know, we've got this enormous body of evidence that we've been able to build over a few centuries now about the development of life on Earth, about the evolution of all these different groups of creatures that we have today, and a bunch of other groups that went extinct, don't have descendants today. For the first time in human history, we actually understand on a deep level where we came from. And the creatures around us, too. You know, that used to be it used to be like the mystery of mysteries. You know, that was something that that human beings have been talking about and trying to explore and understand literally for millennia. You know? To ask where we came from is that's a big part of what it is to be human. And now, obviously, we're still working on it, learning new things every day, but now we know, we have a decent understanding that is improving every single day of where we came from, of how we're related to other living things, of how life on Earth is all interconnected. We actually understand that now. We have the fossils, we have the information, we know the story, and we're improving it all the time. And the idea that this is not known to the general public blows my mind. But that's what keeps me doing what I do here, you know? It's something that gives me purpose, you know? I look forward to these streams every day because I get to talk about this. I get to share this with smart people who, they deserve to have learned this in school, you know? And the fact that they haven't is something that needs to change. I'm trying to be part of that change here. Thank you to everybody who's helped me along the way and continues to help me. I appreciate you more than you know. So yeah. But yeah, and thank you, Moohoodles, and thank you, Indrak. I appreciate you. Anyway, enough of that soapbox. And Reanimated Bit, we do have a good understanding of the evolution of beaks. To a certain extent, at least, yeah. All modern birds have beaks because the birds that didn't have beaks, they didn't pass through that screen at the end of the Cretaceous period. They died out with the asteroid strike. All of the toothed birds, birds with teeth, died out at that time. We could talk about that for an entire stream, but that's the short answer, is that birds today that don't have teeth, that's because they are the last surviving members of a once broad group of birds that also included toothed birds. A huge part of why our modern world looks the way that it does is because of a singular event 66 million years ago. That asteroid strike and the ensuing environmental devastation wiped out 100% of the non-bird dinosaurs. Right here. 90% of mammals also died out. 90% of mammal species. These are, I think, are at the species level here. 92% of lizard and snake species died out. These guys did a lot better. Salamanders and newts, crocodilians and champsosaurs, turtles, they all did pretty well. Only about 20% of them died out, give or take. About 40% of freshwater fishes. 94% of birds, though. As far as we can tell, 94% of birds, or a number close to that, died out. And that's all the species of birds that had teeth. As far as we know, they all got wiped out, bam, right there at the end of the Cretaceous period, 66 million years ago. And so that's why there are no toothed birds today. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, and Sparky Pugwash, it's your birthday today? Well, happy birthday to you. Well. 1 year older. Congratulations on surviving another trip around our sun, Sparky Pugwash. Thanks for spending part of your birthday here, too. I'm flattered that you would want to do that. Happy birthday to you, Sparky. Yeah. So yeah. And Moo Hoodles, it's great to have you here. How are you doing, Moo? Been seeing every once in a while when I'm not streaming, I'll peek into the science and technology category, and you're always right there at the top when you're streaming. Moo Hoodles. Very nice. Thank you for all the science outreach work that you do. I appreciate it, and everybody here appreciates that too. If you're not yet following Moo Hoodles, if you're interested in astronomy, space, and astrobiology, go check out Moo Hoodles. She talks about all that stuff on her channel. Does a fine job of it, if I may say so myself. Go check her out. Give her a follow. Yeah. That's it. Maybe we'll return to this video in a bit, but we gotta do Metazua here. So let's do that. Close these tabs and there we go. We are going to try and figure out what the mystery animal is for today. It just reset about half an hour ago. And so I like to start off with a placental mammal for this, because this game is very mammal-centric, honestly. Give me the name of a placental mammal, chat. Okapi's a good one, Jody Fish. But they don't have it. Aardvark is... Yeah, that it could work. That's a placental mammal. Platypus is a monotreme. Moo Hoodles. They lay eggs. Yeah. Rat, goat. I like goat. Let's do goat, Gimpleg. They're part of Artiodactyla. That's a pretty broad group within Laurasiatheria. It's a good place to start. And ho! Right off the bat, that was an excellent place to start, because I said Laurasiatheria, and there's Laurasiatheria right there. We know it's a Laurasiathere, which is a kind of Boroeutherian placental mammal. I'll show you what I mean. Let's jump to mammals here. I've never one-shotted the animal today, no, but I've gotten 2 guesses before Gene went. Very lucky. Here's our mammals. There's the platypus there. It's a monotreme. And then there's the echidnas, the only living egg-laying mammals still around. During the age of dinosaurs, most mammals were egg layers, but a lot of them died out at that asteroid impact at the end of the Cretaceous. Then we get to Therian mammals, placental mammals, the Eutherians, Boroeutheria, and then Laurasiatheria. So right here, since we guessed goat, in one guess, we were able to narrow it down from like 1.4 million animals down to just 2,000. Pretty good with one guess. So, but we could be even smarter about that. We can knock out even more. Because we guessed goat, and goats are part of Artiodactyla here, or Cetariodactyla, which includes whales now as well. We know it's not going to be part of this group, because goats are in here, and if it were part of this group, this is what it would say, but it doesn't say that. It just says Laurasiatheria here. Laurasiatheria. This game always gives you the most exclusive clade, the narrowest clade that includes your guess and the mystery animal. And that narrow clade is not Artiodactyla. So we know it's not part of it. Cloven-hoofed ungulates, it's not that. So, we can knock out all of them, too. That's 313 species there that we could disregard. We know it's not one of them. And it's also not this clade. What is this one called? Doesn't have a name. But it's probably... I don't know. The game is not always as smart as we are, so I try not to overthink it. Let's see if it's a member of this clade. That includes the perissodactyls, the odd-toed ungulates, like horses and rhinos and tapirs. Or if it's a bat or a carnivoran. Give me the name of a carnivoran mammal, chat. There's a good chance it's a carnivoran. They're pretty speciose, and this game seems to like carnivorans a lot. Give me the name of a carnivoran mammal. That's dogs and cats, weasels, and pinnipeds, like otters and oh, no, sorry, not otters or mustellas. Sea lions are pinnipeds and walruses. Oh, pangolins are just outside of carnivora, but you remember that, Murph. Good, good. Here, let's try otter. Let's try river otter. And nope. Okay. That didn't advance us any further. But we can knock out carnivora now. We know it's not a carnivoran. But it is a Laurasiathere. Yeah, interesting. It could still be a bat, but I kind of doubt it. I wonder if it's a perissodactyl. Let's try, like, horse. And see if it could be a perissodactyl. Oh ho 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 ho! Oh ho ho! Well. Horse, a horse, of course. Rhacodactylus, yeah. Okay, so we know it's within genus Equus. It was a lucky guess there. Here, let's find horses here. Horse. Or as my friend Snail Chaser used to say, a Hoyers. A Hoyers. And that comes from, here, I've shown this before, but this is from like a child's homework, I guess? 3rd grade. Yeah. Are zebras horses? They are. They're within genus Equus, Trunk. Yes. Yes. But yeah. Yeah. Can I convince you to say mule for kicks? They're not going to have mules there, Avalon Angels. Although I get where you're going at. They're, mules are, you know, a hybrid of horses and donkeys, so it's not going to be on there. But yeah, I sound like, oh, kids. So we know it's within genus Equus here. So let's look at that on our Tree of Life. I was going to find horses. It'll be here within the odd-toed ungulates. Horse family. Equidae. But, yeah, we know it's within genus Equus. So we've got 7 species to go from here. Although the game doesn't actually... It won't have all 7 of them. They'll have, like, zebra, horse, donkey, zebra or donkey. We guessed horse. And it's not a horse, so it's... What do you think, chat? Let's do a poll real quick. It looks like donkey and zebra are our 2 options here. So... let's start a poll right here. There we go. New poll. Let's see. Which equid could we guess? Donkey or zebra? You have 1 minute to select your answer. Begin. That unnamed clade might have been scrotiferous. That would make sense, Salamander, yeah. Let's take a look. I'm guessing zebra's gonna win, because zebras have stripes. Everybody likes that. But let's see. I'm of course biasing the poll by commenting on it in real time. This is not, if we were doing a scientific study, I would not be giving live commentary. Donkeys are great animals, of course, Trunk. Yes, absolutely. Zebra was already it recently? I think it was. That's true. That's true. Your favorite extinct gum brand? Yeah, which one was that with the zebra mascot, Gimpleg? Not Bubble Yum. That had like a... One of them had like a goose with a nose ring? Fruit Stripe. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Anyway, zebra has won. The answer could be zebra, but it's... Honestly, it's probably going to be donkey. But, chat, you wanted zebra. And so let's see here.
Hold on to your butts.
You ready? Let's try it. And that was it right there. Oh, I'm glad I trusted you, chat. Yeah, not too shabby. Not too shabby. Excellent. So we got that in 4 guesses. That's pretty excellent, actually. My average should be coming down a little bit, I hope. Here, let's copy that. Open up Blue Sky here. So that I can see what it'll show me what my average is now, right? It still says 5.4. Yeah, that's okay. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Yeah. Zebras are really cool animals. They really are. People have tried to domesticate zebras multiple times and it hasn't worked. We can talk about that. But hey, I just want to note too, we've just matched our streak. Our previous longest streak of uninterrupted Metazoa plays. There's a new one every day. Man, this means hopefully by the end of this week we'll have it up to 20. And then as long as I don't forget on Saturday to do it, then yeah, we'll build up an excellent streak here. I always forget to do Saturdays. Yeah, me too, Lenina, but I remembered yesterday. Yeah. I was just about to run out the door to go help a friend move apartments. And I remembered, oh shoot, Metazoo, I might not be home in time to get that before it turns over. I almost missed my bus. But no, we got it. Let's see. Let's talk a little bit about... Oh, yeah. Oh, this is going to be good. SciShow always does good stuff. Zebras. Why don't humans ride zebras? They can't be tamed? Let's take a look.
I don't know if you've noticed, but zebras look an awful lot like horses. They're even part of the same equine family, and you can...
Yeah, Equidae, as we just learned. But also, this reminds me of another thing. Let's see. horse painted like zebra. Mom, can we see the zebra? Mom says, we have a zebra at home. This is the zebra at home. Yeah. Wish.com zebra. Anyway.
Noticed, but zebras look an awful lot like horses. They're even part of the same equine family, and you can crossbreed them into an animal called a zorse. But no matter how similar they look, don't be fooled. Thanks to their biology and evolution, you just can't ride a zebra. It's a beautiful, stripy, majestic trap. According to archaeological evidence, humans have been taming horses for at least 5,500 years, but our relationship with zebras goes back much further. Humans and zebras have spent millions of years together because both species evolved alongside each other in Africa, and that's actually one of the problems with zebra riding.
This is a really, really good point. And also, maybe this is one of the reasons why there wasn't like a huge megafaunal extinction at the end of the Pleistocene in Africa, because all those creatures evolved alongside human beings. And they knew to fear us, you know? But yeah.
Because even though we've spent millennia together, it's not like humans and zebras were best buddies. For quite a while, early humans saw zebras as food and not much else. There's even evidence that we hunted them, so our striped neighbors kind of grew up knowing that people were bad news. According to some researchers, that means they could be predisposed to fear us. Horses, meanwhile, didn't encounter people until much later, and we likely didn't hunt them long enough for them to pick up the same fear. But even though we totally started our relationship off on the wrong foot, there's actually an even bigger problem with zebras. Their evolutionary history has made them just plain nasty. They spend their whole lives surrounded by large predators like lions, cheetahs, and hyenas, so
they you know, they evolved in a bad neighborhood. Like, you gotta be tough in order to survive when these are your neighbors, you know?
They have a really well-developed fight and flight response. This means that zebras are flightier than horses and a lot more aggressive. Corner a zebra and it will bite and kick and, in general, try to end you, because those are the kind of skills it needs to survive in the wild.
And when they bite, I've read, they also don't let go. They will just latch on until sometimes they take a chunk of flesh, or they'll like try and take one of your limbs off. Yeah.
And a zebra's kick is serious business. An adult zebra can kick hard enough to break a lion's jaw, and zebras injure more American zookeepers than any other zoo animal.
I did not know that. Really? Really? Wow. I didn't realize that they had that reputation in zoos.
This aggressiveness is such a big deal that some researchers have even looked for a genetic component to it. Although
Soppy Salamander says, I've seen a zebra kill a warthog stone dead because it walked too close to it. Their aim with those hooves is scary. Oh boy. Yowza. That must have been a traumatic thing to see. Did you see that at a zoo, Salamander? Yowza. Yeah. Logan says, do you know what the most dangerous animal in North America is? Humans. No, I think I do know, Logan. It's, yeah, I'm pretty sure it is this. Horrific beast here. The most dangerous creature, the most dangerous animal in North America, I believe, by the numbers, is the domestic dog. I think dogs kill more people every year than any other kind of animal in North America. Yeah. Not these dogs. I'm sure these are very sweet. But, you know, dogs in general. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, and Logan. Yeah, no. Moose, definitely. Shoot, when I lived in Montana, we'd see these bumper stickers all over the place. break for moose. It could save your life. So yeah, they will charge you if you get too close to them. They can be very ornery. They will kick you. They'll try and trample you. But also, like, people in Montana drive way too fast and they don't wear their seatbelts. And, I don't know. There's a lot of people who are killed by, like, hitting moose on the highway. So don't do that. Yeah. No, they're huge, Sparky Pugwash. They are, I think, the tallest wild mammal in North America by shoulder height. Yeah. Yeah, they can get big. Like, they can get really big. Not like dinosaur big, but, you know, big for a mammal. Yeah. And that torso there can be right at head height if you're in a car. And so it could just basically shear off the top of the car if you hit them at speed. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Makerspace's ass a biggin'. Yes, sirree. Yeah. Anyway, back to zebras.
Aggressiveness is such a big deal that some researchers have even looked for a genetic component to it, although they haven't found anything conclusive yet. Either way, trying to convince a zebra to let you ride it is just asking to get hurt. And I don't know about you, but I would rather walk somewhere than deal with that. Finally, temperament aside, zebras aren't built for riding. Even though they're from the same family, they're smaller than domestic horses and their backs aren't as strong, so they're not able to comfortably carry as much weight. They also have thick necks, so it's not easy to direct them with reins. And because they're so ill-tempered, they're a lot more prone to getting fed up when they're tired, and that's likely to end with your swift introduction to the hard ground. This isn't just a hypothesis either. During the Victorian era, when Europeans were attempting to colonize parts of Africa, taming zebras was a popular idea. Their horses weren't that useful because in sub-Saharan Africa, they were susceptible to a fatal disease commonly called animal sleeping sickness, which is carried by tsetse flies. Zebras, meanwhile, almost never catch this disease because they're only rarely bitten by tsetse flies, possibly because the flies are put off by all those stripes, or maybe because they have natural fly repellent in their skin.
We were actually talking about this, me and Balint, on his channel on Wednesday. We were talking about, was it this past week or the week before? We were talking about the different hypotheses for why zebras evolved their stripes, and we still don't really know. But,
possibly because the flies are put off by all those stripes, or maybe because they have natural fly repellent in their skin. Whatever the reason, Europeans took note of this and famously attempted to domesticate the horse's striped cousin, and while there were a few individual successes, this was, for the most part, an abysmal failure. Today, most people have given up on riding zebras, partly because we've come to our senses, and mostly because we have Jeeps now. Still, it goes...
Those will also kill you. Oh, boy! Get a more reliable vehicle. Ugh. Get a Toyota or a Suzuki, for crying out loud.
Just to show that no matter what we mighty humans do, nature can still sometimes get the upper hand. And that's probably okay.
I'll give you a link to this video here as well. But zebras, really cool critters. Really cool critters. Yeah. But yeah. Here nature is binary black and white. There you go, Raz. Black and white, and black and white, and black and white, and black and white, yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Now, we were talking a little bit earlier about kind of reinterpreting fossil creatures with better evidence. I think it's probably about time we get into that again with a new discovery here. So let's start a segment on fossil news here. Let's cover some fossil news. All right. Our first story tonight. A mysterious theropod dinosaur has been reevaluated. What kind of a dinosaur does this look like, chat? What do you think it looks like, just based on what you can see here? What would you guess that is? Logan says Dromaeosaur. Salamander says Basal Tyrannosaur. Mayor Space jokes Triceratops. Very funny, Mayor Space. A sprinter, look at them calves, says Ridla. Really ill-tempered goose, says Rhacodactylus. It's closer than Triceratops, at least. Yeah. Well. This has been a mysterious critter for a while. This Cretaceous theropod dinosaur is called Bagaraton ostromai from Mongolia, if memory serves. And unfortunately, this is not an open access paper. Unfortunately, it is paywalled. Yeah, so we won't be able to look at it just yet. I might email the authors and see if we can get a copy. But, yeah. This is a dinosaur that was described back in 1996. It has been called one of the most enigmatic of theropod dinosaurs. This is the abstract to the new paper right here, but sometimes when we find dinosaurs, they're very incomplete. In this case, there was like a hind limb, and I think that might have been it. And so figuring out what family of dinosaurs this belongs to was pretty tricky with such limited information. It's... Oh, and Rhacodactylus, here, I'll give you a link to the article here. If you can get through that paywall. But yeah, here it is being portrayed as like an Allosauriod type dinosaur. It's lovely paleo art by Timothy Bradley there. The most influential paleo artist where nobody knows his name, Timothy Bradley. It's been thought of as a tyrannosaur. It's been thought of as, I've heard, a dromaeosaur or like a late surviving Allosauroid. I've heard people refer to this creature as like a weird basal theropod that somehow survives into the late Cretaceous, etc., etc. But now it's been reassessed. And this is the first time I'm reading this, so let's take a look at it and let's see what new information has been brought into the fray here to help make sense of this mysterious dinosaur. The holotype is the original specimen that was first published on. Say like, hey, this is a new thing. Here's the holotype specimen. It's like, it's the type specimen. The holotype possesses a peculiar combination of features, which Osmolska suggested were indicative of a primitive position among theropods that could not be resolved further. So, it's some weird basal thing. And Osmolska just left it at that. She's like, that's all we could say. Other researchers have pointed to affinities with earlier, either derived bird-like coelurosaurs or tyrannosaurids. Here we reanalyze all material collected by Osmolska, which reveals it to be a chimera of multiple theropod taxa. Interesting. Very interesting. A chimera in paleontology is where you've got different parts of different critters mixed together accidentally. So they're saying that's what happened here, is there's multiple kinds of critters that got their parts mixed up to make this. And the femur, tibiotarsus, one pedal phalanx, and one toe bone. And most of the bones undescribed in Osmolska's paper are identified as Caenignathidae and determinate. Caenignathids are they're oviraptorosaurs. Yeah. So, you know, some people call these the egg stealer dinosaurs still, even though they didn't steal eggs as far as we can tell. Yeah. The mandible? So that's what the femur, some of the, like, lower leg stuff, and a toe bone are from a caningnathed animal. But the mandible, lower jaw, neck vertebrae, hips, tail, and one other toe bone, which we consider the holotype of this animal. I guess that'd be a neotype or a neotype. They showed tyrannosaurid affinities, which are here supported by a phylogenetic analysis. We find only 2 potentially unique diagnostic features of Bagaratan: double syringular foramina and a horizontal ridge on the lateral surface of the postacetabular process of the ilium. Both, however, may be ontogenetically or intraspecifically variable, and thus we conclude that the holotype of B. ostromi represents an indeterminate tyrannosaurid. The small size of the holotype and its possession of many features known to characterize juvenile Tyrannosaurus rex indicates the skeleton belongs to a juvenile, which is one of the smallest juvenile tyrannosaurids currently known. Very, very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. Yeah. And thank you, Rachidactylus. I appreciate that. Sending me the PDF. We can take a look at this paper. Excellent. Yeah. And so for those of you who are maybe new here, we use the word here ontogeny. Say it with me, chat. Ontogeny.
Ontogeny.
Thank you, Salad.
Ontogeny.
Lenina, thank you. Yeah.
Ontogeny.
Yeah, I Salad.
Ontogeny.
Cast the Dreamer. No, Murph, not true.
Ontogeny.
Here.
Ontogeny.
Ontogeny describes like the changes that a creature undergoes as it grows and matures. For dinosaurs, these changes are really dramatic. So in an individual dinosaur's lifetime, it changes a lot.
Ontogeny.
More so than most mammals do today. And so if you're using mammals as like a one-to-one guide for dinosaurs, that'll
ontogeny.
So for Triceratops, there were like 20 different species of Triceratops that were named, and it turns out much of that, like those differences, are ontogenetic differences.
Ontogeny.
It's these creatures changed so much as they grew and matured that they were mistaken for different species when it's just growth stages of the same animal. This has happened again and again and again and again and again within dinosaurs. And this is probably an example of that too. What I want to know is when this animal is from. Could this just be another juvenile Tarbosaurus? You know, like Raptor Rex turned out to be. Yeah. Let's, check an email here. Let's see, not yet. But we will check in a minute. So, anyway, interesting stuff. Let's open up the Wikipedia article just to hold this over for now. OneDrive link, maybe that'll work. Thank you, Rachidactylus. Awesome. Oh, did you already send it? I'll check in a minute here. It's from the Namek Formation. So it is from the same time and place as Tarbosaurus. It's probably just a juvenile Tarbosaurus. Like Raptor Rex. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Yeah. Yeah. And this article has already been updated, even though this just came out like a couple days ago or something. So, good for them. We've got a lovely cladogram here with all these different tyrannosaurs. Yeah. For one, I'm not necessarily convinced that Alioramus is actually distinct from Tarbosaurus. I think it might also just be juvenile Tarbosaurus. But who cares what I think? I don't really work on tyrannosaurs. Not yet, at least. But yeah, interesting stuff. And there we go. Thank you, Rhacodactylus. This is beautiful. Oh wait, shoot. $35 megs won't be attached to an email. I don't know if I have. Oh goodness. Sign-in options. I never ever use my Microsoft account, so I don't even know if. Okay, let's try that. Go to my email and get the login code. There we go. Copy. Paste. Sign in. Yeah, it didn't work. My email can't be found in the merced-mysharepoint.com directory. Yeah. And... yeah, a Google Drive link would work. This one's trying to do it through Microsoft, and that's not working. Yeah. Dropbox link? Oh, Google Drive would be ideal. Yeah. Thank you, Rhacodactylus. I appreciate that. And Oscar Jr.'s, I have plans for creating a paleontologizing website. I just haven't had time to do it yet. But I've got most of the text written out already, honestly. But yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. When we're talking about critters like this, you already know what ontogeny is, because we just talked about that. But it also gets into, well, Tyrannosaur ontogeny in particular is really contentious. You've probably heard of the whole Nanotyrannus controversy. Nanotyrannus is proposed to be a small tyrannosaur that lived at the same time and same place as T-Rex. And yet it's... some researchers claim that it's a different animal entirely. Other researchers say that, no, it's probably just it's just a juvenile T-Rex. We've talked about this extensively on this channel, but I bring this up just to kind of tie it to our current subject and say ontogeny of tyrannosaurs is controversial. Yeah. And these aren't AI... no, definitely not Miss Yvette. No, these are... who did this lovely art? Was this Raul Martin? Looks like his work. Yeah, Raul Martin. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway. It's really important to understand ontogeny if we're going to actually be able to figure out which dinosaurs are different from one another and which are the same. What is dinosaur diversity like at any particular slice of time in the Mesozoic? If you don't understand ontogeny, you don't understand dinosaurs. If you fail to account for ontogeny, your study on dinosaurs will be very much flawed, in my opinion. So yeah. Check the email again here real quick. Nothing yet. Hopefully pretty soon I will have institutional access to a bunch of different journals. But I'm still kind of waiting on that. But sending you the link now. Thank you, Rhacodactylus. Thank you, thank you. see. Refresh. There we go. Try this instead. Let's see.
Ontogeny.
Hang on, I think if I do that... Request access. Okay. So it says I'll get an email soon. It's more complicated than it looks. Yeah. I appreciate you very much, Rakadactylus. An item shared with me. Excellent. Alright. Open. Nope. Open. There we go. Finally it works. I clicked it the first time, it didn't work. I didn't do anything differently, just clicked it the second time and now it worked. Not sure what changed, but thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Let's go ahead and download this real quick. Docs anybody. It's a big file. It's not often that a paper is this is that hefty in terms of file size. Yeah. A shared folder for the future. Well, hopefully.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
And King Neokai, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that very much. Hopefully in the future I will just have journal access. So we don't have to faff around with stuff like this. Yeah, there we go. Here is the original paper. I think it's really, really important to show the original literature whenever I'm talking about a new discovery, new publication. It's important to show it. As I've said before, with people in the general public, you know, you hear about new scientific discoveries in the media. You hear about that in, you know, like on TV or on the news radio or whatever. Like, you know, scientists have published a new paper saying that the chocolate Easter eggs, you know, are associated with lower risk of cancer or something like that. You go, wait, what? What are you talking about? What is this study? Huh? You hear about studies all the time. Hardly anybody who's not a scientist ever actually lays eyes on a scientific paper. I think that's a problem. There's this disconnect between science and scientists, scientific literature, and the general public, you know? There's this big divide between. And there is some jargon in here. There will be, you know, it's going to seem overly complicated if you're just looking at it like this without knowing what those terms mean, but I'm here to help interpret this for you, help walk you through it, and hopefully demystify some of this. So this here is a scientific paper in the journal, the Zoological Journal of the Linnaean Society. Interesting. So it's kind of like it's like a systematics journal, dealing with naming and stuff like that. This is a cool paper because it's not necessarily the sort of thing that, like, it's not going to garner huge headlines or anything. But this is the important, like, nuts and bolts work that needs to be done in paleontology to clear up some old mysteries, you know? It's like there is some junk lying there on a shelf collecting dust, and somebody's actually found something useful to do with it. It's kind of like cleaning up a taxonomic mess or like solving an old mystery. It's not the sort of thing that like is going to get you a ton of grant money or a lot of attention in the media or anything, but this is the important like day in and day out work that needs to be done in paleontology. Yeah. And Racodactylus says 100% agree, we need more training for scholars to write accessibly, as well as more pressure to publish open access. I agree. Yeah. Thank you, by the way, Racodactylus, for allowing this, for enabling this kind of outreach here. Almost makes it sound like it's a bad thing. Thank you for being an influence on this. Thanks for sending the paper. We can look at this because you did that, so thank you. Yeah, the abstract at the beginning of the paper. This is just a short summary of the paper. Think of it like a movie trailer, if the movie trailer also spoiled the ending of the movie. As a scientist, when I'm reading papers, most of what I'm reading is the abstracts. The abstract just gives you a short summary, and then if you find that that's really interesting, or you're curious to learn more, then you read the actual body of the paper, or at least skim it. But most people who are looking at this paper will really only look at the abstract. We're not going to do that, though. We're going to look through the rest of the paper as well. We just read the abstract a little while ago. So, yeah. So they did some photography here. Digital scanning. And then they describe the really fine-scale, granular osteology. The fine details of the shapes of the bones. This is the sort of thing that you do if you're like a Tyrannosaur researcher oftentimes. It's like you look at these tiny, tiny details in the bones and you see if they're diagnostic, if they can tell you like, yes, this is or is not a new species. So they were doing that here pretty carefully, I presume. Notes on diagnostic characters. We note here that this holotype individual can be referred to the Tyrannosauridae because of 8 features. So they list those features right here that mean that it is a tyrannosaur, because this is something that all the tyrannosaurids share. Things like presence of the dentary chin, transition between the anterior and ventral edges of the dentary placed beneath the 4th alveolus, dorsoventrally narrow Meckellian groove deeply inset in the medial sides of the dentary, etc. These are like, there's a lot of jargon in here, but it's because the language has to be really precise. You know? You can't just say, oh, the lower jaw, it's big. No, you've got to provide measurements. You've got to talk about, you know, that fine-scale, granular stuff. Yeah. And there we go. These images are what make this file so big. I tried to scroll down to this, and Google Chrome was like, shuddered. The jargon makes it science, nodders. I mean, that's not... Yeah, Perilous 3D, that's not the impression I'm trying to give. Shoot. The jargon is... It might seem pretty opaque, but... When you're writing a description like that, it's important to be very precise with your language. You know? But that is a big pain in the butt. I've never published like a really detailed scientific description of morphology, and I've written some before, but it's not something that I enjoy. Some people, their personality type, they love that. They love to get into the really nitty-gritty of all of these, you know, super specific details about certain grooves and bumps on the bones. Like, oh, you know, super detailed descriptions of the alveoli and stuff. And it's just, I don't know, I find it tedious, personally. But other people get really into that. Yeah. Anyway. Here, we actually have some lovely photographs, annotated with lines. Show like the outline of the lower jaw here. The teeth would be coming up right here, but it doesn't have any teeth there anymore. There might be teeth inside. Oh, And look who's here, Mini Pie. How are you doing? Well, 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 Mini Pie. Thanks for joining us. You wanted some attention? Yeah? Oh, well, attention you are getting right now. You say hello to the chat? What do you think, Minnie? Yeah. Good girl, Minnie Pie. Oh. Yeah. Can I get you a treat, Minnie Pie? Would you appreciate that? Yeah? Here. Oh, you know that sound. Yeah. Good stuff. Are you as excited about this reassessment of this mysterious theropod dinosaur as I am? No, you want a treat, that's what you want. There you go. Yeah, good stuff. There you go, Minnie. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. So for those of you who are new, this is Minnie Pie. She's one of 3 cats who live here. They all lived here before I moved in. And yeah, they are my feline overlords, huh? Yeah, I'm the newcomer here. Huh. Yeah.
So I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
And Kepper MN, thank you for the 11 months of support. Thank you kindly. At tier 3, no less. That is impressive. That's impressive. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, you're loving this attention. You know, you can come here anytime you want, Mini Pie. You already know that, but... yeah, don't drink my water, though. It's not for you. I don't want cat saliva in there. I'm sorry. It's not something that I want.
Allosaurus, ancient predecessor of the Tyrannosaurus, mighty hunter of the Jurassic Age, giant meat eater with long dagger-like teeth.
Wind528, thank you for the 5 months of support right there. Thank you. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Appreciate that. How are you doing? Oh. Good stuff. And I'll see you later, Mini Pie. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah. Back to our paper here. So we don't have very much from this animal.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you for the 100 bits, Wind528. Thank you. Appreciate that. I really do. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, you can see the tooth sockets there in the lower jaw. But yeah, this is a lengthy paper, but good stuff. I think we'll probably... well, let's just scroll through it a little bit more. And those images are huge, and they make it render really slowly. There we go. Yeah. There's one of the toe bones there. Or is this a vert? No. Yeah. That flaring out made me think it was a pedal phalanx, but no, this is looks like a caudal vert, probably. Yeah, centrum. Yeah, the zygapophyses and everything are broken off. But anyway, good stuff. not the most headline grabbing of dinosaur papers, but still exciting that we now can say that this mysterious dinosaur Bagaratan is probably just a juvenile Tarbosaurus. Tarbosaurus is basically like the Mongolian answer to Tyrannosaurus. And thank you, Mommy Does, for those 200 bits. I appreciate that. Here, take a look at this.
Huge stands.
This is a really nice kind of imagining of what this environment would have looked like with creatures like Tarbosaurus walking
Poplar
around.
trees mark its arrival with a flush of nutritious leaves.
An interesting slumberlusts. I used to drive an FJ Cruiser back in Montana.
Really spectacular. Spared no
Fossil was my license plate, though.
The Lenina gifted a tier 1 sub to Amberwix.
Thank you, Lenina. I appreciate you. Thank you for that gift sub there.
Magnet that draws many hungry animals. Long-necked nemectosaurs.
I do still have that license plate. Let me grab that, Sloppy Slumber.
And with them, much smaller prenocephaly. But one thing stands in their way.
Paleo Apato 1, Paleo Apato 2, Paleo
This
Apato 3,
immense
Paleo Apato
plateau.
4, Paleo Science Shake, Paleo Salute. Thank you for all you do.
Not sure where I put it, but I do have it.
To reach the forest,
And thank you, Patrick Crusader, for the 9 months of support. Appreciate you, Patrick. Thank you, thank you.
As they enter, the herd becomes nervous. It's a good place for an ambush.
So this is a depiction of the Namek Formation. I don't know if we actually have evidence of, like, canyon walls or anything like that in this environment, but we've got Titanosaur fossils from there. Prenocephaly, Velociraptor, Tarbosaurus. These are all animals that lived in the same time in the same place.
The velociraptors are waiting.
Yeah.
But they can't possibly tackle a titanosaur. Success will depend instead on other hunters on the prowl.
And Charlie's Dragon says, personalized license plates are such an odd thing to me. So here in the U.S., well, when I lived in Montana, let's see, maybe I can find a photo of the that plate. Give me just a second. There. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Is it here? No. I don't know where I put the plate for now, but I bet you I could find you a photo. But they're like, they're a way for different organizations to raise money here in the States. There we go. Yeah, there's the plate on my old Suzuki Samurai. And then when I got the FJ Cruiser, I transferred the plates to that. But, yeah, not only could you get customized, you know, like a customized number. There's usually letters and numbers. So this is actually a 0 right here instead of an O. Because they don't have O's, it's just zeros. So F0SSIL.
really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And thank you, Ridla.
26 gifted a tier 1 sub to Blue Strider 327.
I appreciate that, Ridla. Thank you. In the U.S. state of Montana, I would always joke that they actually have more different license plate designs than they have, residents. Because there were like 200 of them at the MVD, the Motor Vehicle Division. Museums and History. And there's the Museum of the Rockies one. Yeah, so you would pay like an extra, I think it was like $50 up front and then an extra $20 a year or something like that when you re-register the plate. And that money goes to the organization. So in this case, it would go to Museum of the Rockies. And there's so many different, this is like probably 1/10 of them. But they had some for like particular sports teams from like super tiny towns where there might be like 6 high school kids on a sports team, and yet they have their own custom license plate design for like the girls softball team from Libby, Montana or something, and they've got their own license plate design. And there might be like 4 of these in existence. Like there might be 4 of those license plates with that design on it in the world. It's really crazy. Yeah. Slumberless says it only takes a few hundred signatures to create a new design. That's enough people have it. Then enough people have to order it every year to keep it active. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. But yeah. And that's cool, Alex Fixin. Nice. Alina says you could hardly read it through the bugs. Yeah, we had so many mosquitoes and moths that year. This was summer of 2015, I think. The same year that Jack Wilson found the true Arcungus claw that allowed us to name that animal. But yeah. Anyway. Charlie's Dragon. License plate number. You'd be shocked at the number of cars driving around without license plates here in the States. Yeah. There's not a lot of, like, traffic enforcement in general. At least not where I live. Yeah. The U.S. is the Wild West in a lot of ways, yeah. Yeah. And, like, I don't know. There would be people in Montana who would make their own license, like, just write out their own license plates with, like, a Sharpie and a piece of cardboard. Sovereign citizens, they called themselves. It's a whole thing. Just, yeah. Anyway, New York City has a ton of speed cameras. So here, I think there was a proposal to do that here in the Bay Area. And I think the police union fought against it. Because the police would, like, there'd be records of them, like, breaking the speed limit and running red lights and stuff that they do all the time here. So, like, they were actively fighting against that, even though the city wanted it. That's the story that I heard anyway, why we don't have that here in places like Richmond or Oakland or San Francisco. Yeah. Anywho, how did we get on this? I don't remember. Let's get rid of some of these tabs. But yeah. Perilous says, I'm shocked? What are you shocked by? Yeah. Yeah, anyway. So we talked about this theropod dinosaur. That's probably a Tyrannosaur. It's probably a juvenile Tarbosaurus, honestly. So we kind of have one dinosaur sunk, which is interesting. When I say sunk, I mean that's a name that's, like, no longer valid, probably. You know? It's like, we used to think this was a different kind of dinosaur. Now we can kind of ignore that name because, you know, it's probably not actually a different dinosaur, you know? Yeah. And now, we've got this right here. A video press release from Yale University. I have not taken a look at this yet, so let's take a first look together here.
For centuries now, if paleontologists wanted to figure out how extinct animals moved, they had to pick up fossil bones, move them with their hands, and try to get a sense of how they would have fit together at the joints of the animal. But they were just kind of going on intuition. They had to say whether things looked right or looked wrong, and they had no data to back up that intuition. So what we've done here is we've taken X-ray videos of birds walking. We've looked inside their joints to see how the shapes of their bones fit together, and we've used the information we've gotten there to come up with a way to calculate a mathematical score for how joint surfaces fit together.
Very cool.
We learned from the living dinosaurs and we applied them to the extinct dinosaur Deinonychus. Deinonychus is one of the key moments in Yale paleontology history. It's really helped us reshape the way we think about what dinosaurs are, because it helped us solidify our understanding that birds are living dinosaurs. And so studying Deinonychus helps us get at that transition from extinct dinosaurs to living birds. By applying our score and computer animation software, we were able to take the bones of Deinonychus from the museum drawer where they sit and reanimate them on our computer screens in 3D. And in doing that, we're able to see how this animal would have moved when it was alive, how it would have lifted its big, terrible claw off the ground while it was moving, and we've gotten a sense of how it might have used that claw and its terrible kick to kill animals as well. Now that we have the system built,
they better cite the raptor prey restraint paper in this paper, because if they don't, that's a massive oversight. But this is really cool stuff.
We understand how to study how joints fit together. We can apply this to extinct animals from across the vertebrate family tree. So everything from how extinct animals would have flew to how they would have eaten to how other things would have run around. This is applicable to virtually any animal.
Pretty neat.
It's extremely exciting to be able to take this data that's been sitting in our museum drawers for so long, to be able to harness it in a new way and to bring it into the 21st century and get it on our computer screens.
Cool stuff. So this, by the way, Deinonychus is the velociraptor from Jurassic Park. Those dinosaurs in Jurassic Park and Jurassic World, they're not actually Velociraptor. Velociraptor is much smaller. It's got a kind of a more depressed snout, more, kind of like downturned snout like that. Downturned. No, more, not as tall. Snout's not as tall and boxy. It's a much more slender animal overall, and it's from Mongolia, not from Montana. Like the velociraptors from Jurassic Park were supposed to be from Montana. It's a long story why they changed the name, but anyway. Yeah. Cool stuff. Pretty neat indeed. Let's take a look at the paper. I hope this one is not also behind a paywall, but it very well might be. It should be linked right here, and it... Come on, Yale. They produced a really nice video and then completely dropped the ball on providing a link to it there. No common sense sometimes. So let's find it here. Just a minute. There we go. Science in Motion predicting a dinosaur's stride. There is the actual paper here, and thank goodness.
We've got an amazing 70-million-year-old dinosaur egg, and they're perfectly preserved.
Kennedy, thank you for the 20 months of support. Holy cow.
I probably don't want to be chased by either, but I'd probably prefer Velociraptor in a dark alley over Deinonychus.
Yeah, and I'd prefer both of those over Utah Raptor, Kennedy. Shoot. Yeah, here, let's talk for a minute about Dromaeosaurs. Thank you, by the way. 20 months is a long time. Holy moly. Dromaeosauridae. There we go. I love this image here. So these are Velociraptor and its relatives. what members of the general public might call raptor dinosaurs. From little Microraptor to gigantic Utah raptor, and ones in between. There's Deinonychus right there. So this is the animal that we're talking about here. There's a little Velociraptor, there's Dromaeosaurus, there's Austroraptor. Cool critters, all of them. The Dromaeosauridae. They all have these sickle-shaped toe claws here on digit 2, hypertrophied pedal unguals on their second toe. The first toe is the one that, the little like dew claw that points backward, basically. Doesn't contact the ground. Second toe also doesn't contact the ground because it evolved to be held off the ground, keep it nice and sharp. And then you've got these claws that do contact the ground there.
Oh, what a time, and oh, what fun, playing tag with you, iguanodon.
Armageddon, thank you for the 100 bits there. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. So yeah. Nature Open Access, yeah, Ricodactylus, yes indeed. Here we go. Non-paywalled. Yeah.
Access granted.
All right. Articular surface interactions distinguish dinosaurian locomotor joint poses. From Nature Communications. So they must have paid a bunch of money in order to make this open access, because that's how Nature Communications works. The journal wants to make money, either through subscriptions from universities and other institutions, or through charging the researchers to publish, here. And that's what they did here. Hopefully Yale paid for that, and the researchers didn't have to pay out of pocket, but yeah. Yeah. So let's take a look at the abstract here. That short summary at the beginning of the paper. Our knowledge of vertebrate functional evolution depends on inferences about joint function in extinct taxa. So, like she was saying in the video, some of this is common sense, and some of it is I'm not going to say guesswork, but it's developing an understanding of how modern animals, how their joints articulate, and using that as a guide for extinct animals. But there can be a lot of squishiness and subjectivity there. NASA official is spelled correctly. It's a good sign. These new Twitch recommendations are getting wild. Is this the official NASA official? I would expect to see a little partner checkmark there, but anyway. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. But yeah. Oh, and Mini Pie has returned. How you doing, Mini? Are you bored right now? You bored? I'm sorry there's nobody here to play with you. I'm streaming right now. But it's good to have you. Yeah. It must be, says NASA official. Well, I appreciate you, NASA official. Thank you for the follow. And here, let's get that cat cam going. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, she has returned. Mini Pie, you're such a ham. You're literally just loving on the camera. My goodness. Yeah. Well, so if you want to study how an extinct animal works, think about a saber-toothed cat. Saber-toothed cats are a little bit easier because we have modern cats that we can look at. They're from the same family. They're largely similar, except in scale and size of... Your tail's all wet. You sticking your tail in my water again? My goodness, Mini Pie. So yeah, but with dinosaurs, it gets a little trickier, especially if they're not particularly bird-like dinosaurs. We know that birds are living dinosaurs. And, Mini Pie. What are you doing? Oh. Anyway, the point is, a big part of how we figure out how extinct animals would have moved, behaved, and looked and everything else is by looking at modern animals. Trying to find comparisons between them, trying to figure out... Oh, do you see the Dawn horse up there? You see the Eohippus? This may be a good example of that. Where, we can come up with what we think is a pretty good reconstruction for, like, an ancient horse. Because we have modern horses to look at to help us kind of fill in the blanks and just kind of help us understand these critters. So, Mini Pie, are you going to be scared of this again? Remember the last time I brought this over, you did not like it. What do you think? You don't have a problem with it today. Good for you. That's life-size, Mini Pie. It's one of the first horses. Eohippus. Closely related to Hyracotherium. I guess they were split recently. We used to think they were the same critter, and now we don't anymore. I thought I could get a funny reaction out of her, because sometimes she looks at this and just kind of freaks out. Okay, Minnie. It's a 3D print. Still gotta paint that. Anyway, what point was I making here? It's that, in some ways, the present is the key to the past. And if you want to figure out how dinosaurs' limbs would have functioned, if you want to figure out what range of motion was possible in their joints and stuff, you can look at modern creatures for clues. We know that birds are living dinosaurs. Birds are part of a group called Maniraptora. Yeah, so birds evolved from small, two-legged, meat-eating dinosaurs. There's a lovely phylogeny there. Aves is there at the top. Those are birds. And they're right by Dromaeosauridae and Troodontidae. We think that Troodontids are probably ever so slightly more closely related to birds than Dromaeosaurs, but at any rate, Dromaeosaurs and Troodontids, the raptor dinosaurs, are very, very close to birds. And so birds can provide us a lot of clues for how these animals would have looked and behaved and what the range of motion in their joints was and stuff like that. And so, yeah. In this paper, the authors propose an approach for synthesizing raycast-based measurements of 3D articular overlap, symmetry, and congruence into a quantitative articulation score for any non-interpreting 6 degree of freedom joint configuration. We apply our methodology to bicondyle or hind limb joints of 2 extinct dinosaurs, guinea fowl and emu, 2 extant dinosaurs, guinea fowl and emu, and through comparison with in vivo kinematics, find that locomotor joint poses consistently have high articulation scores. We then exploit this relationship to constrain reconstruction of a pedal walking stride cycle for the extinct dinosaur Deinonychus, demonstrating the utility of our approach. As joint articulation is investigated in more living animals, the framework we establish here can be expanded to accommodate additional joints and clades, facilitating improved understanding of vertebrate animal motion and its evolution. This is really, really cool stuff. And a big part of me wants to save this paper for Wednesday for discussing with Belinda, and I think I might do that. I think we'll see on Tuesday night or Wednesday morning whether anything equally enticing has popped up, but right now this is my #1 contender for discussing with Belinda on Wednesday. Really cool stuff. And it looks like some of the stuff that my old mentor published in 2011 with his Predatory Ecology of Deinonychus paper. That better be cited in here. Fowler et al. 2011. I'm doing the almost like gossipy thing to do as a scientist. Like, oh, did they cite this paper? Did they cite that paper? It's almost like looking for drama. Oh, and there we go. Yeah, there it is. Good deal. Yeah. Fowler et al. 2011. The Predatory Ecology of Deinonychus and the Origin of Flapping in Birds. Citation number 34 there. Yeah. Anyway, cool stuff. I will be talking about this with Belinda, I betcha. So we're not going to go into it in too much detail right now, but it is... I think this is really neat. I love a methods paper. A methods paper is something really cool in science where someone publishes a new method, like a new way that they've devised to study a particular group of animals or a particular phenomenon in nature. It's like saying, hey, we've got a new tool for investigating how the natural world works. Here's a little case study there. I love it. This is really cool. This is really cool. Yeah. But yeah, methods papers are the best, says Rhacodactylus. Definitely can be. And they get cited a lot, too, so it's like, it can be scientifically lucrative. You get a lot of citations. Other people will, they'll reference your paper in their paper, which, like, that's kind of how you measure success sometimes in science. Is like how much other people use your work. It reminds me of a thing that Richard Feynman talked about. Yeah, here. So, famous physicist Richard Feynman. He had stuff to say about, like, awards and the Nobel Prize and the, National Academy of Sciences and stuff like that. I think you'll appreciate what he has to say here, and it gets to our point of, like, other people using your work. That's what's important. Take a look.
Was it worth a Nobel Prize?
I don't know anything about the Nobel Prize. I don't understand.
He was awarded a Nobel Prize for his work in physics, I believe.
I don't know anything about the Nobel.
And oh look, it's Lexi. Welcome to Paleontologizing, Lexi. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. We're talking about kind of an important thing in the culture of science here. I'm glad you're here, but let me know if you've got any dinosaur questions, huh? Yeah. Inachu says, the little kid in me says, I can't wait until you dig up a giant human skull. Inachu, I don't want to stifle that little kid, but there were no giant human skulls. Humans today are as big as they've ever been. Yeah. People like Yao Ming or Andre the Giant, people who get that big, they have all kinds of health problems because we didn't evolve to be that large, That's about maximum size for a person, Yeah. So if you're talking about stuff like this, it's fake. Like, these are photoshopped, and not even well photoshopped. It's just really poorly done. Yeah. Oh, this is probably AI generated. But yeah. It bugs me that this sort of thing makes its way around the internet and people repost it, and it's just fake. Yeah. But I'm not sure. Yeah. That's the thing. People can't really get very big. Yeah. Here's a good example. Robert Wadlow, who's also known as the Alton Giant and the Giant of Illinois. He was an American man who was the tallest person in recorded history, for whom there is irrefutable evidence. There he is right there. The tall guy. He was so tall that he could barely stand. Like, as a human being, once you get to a certain size, things just break down, you know? So yeah. He was 8'11", and reached 439 pounds at his death at age 22. He was only 22 when he died. His great size and his continued growth in adulthood were due to hypertrophy of his pituitary gland, which results in an abnormally high level of human growth hormone. And that was because of that he died so early. Yeah. Anyway, I'll give you a link so you can read more about that if you like. HD. Yeah. And Patrick Crusader, this is... I know you're joking there, Patrick Crusader, but this is something that people say online. Like, I read that dinosaurs are just a conspiracy to hide the fossils of real giants. Which is the thing that you see on, like, TikTok and stuff like that, and it's just incredibly frustrating. Yeah. Yeah. I could show you examples of this, but I don't want to get too sidetracked right now. But, you know, stuff like this. Anyway. From the... Exactly, Patrick Crusader. I know. But, yeah. Anyway. Let's get back to what we were talking about here. Oh, yeah, with Richard Feynman. And talking about science. So... as scientists, what is it that motivates us? It's not fortune and glory, I can tell you that, because we usually find neither. It's learning about the natural world. It's making discoveries. We find that immensely fulfilling. And sometimes other people come up with various awards and stuff like that, and you know that can be nice. It can be fun, but that's not what science is about, and that's what he's going to talk about here.
Was it worth the Nobel Prize?
I don't know anything about the Nobel Prize. I don't understand what it's all about or what's worth what. And if the people in the Swedish Academy decide that X, Y, or Z wins the Nobel Prize, then so be it. I won't have anything to do with the Nobel Prize. It's a pain in the... I don't like honors. I appreciate it for the work that I did and for people who appreciate it, and I notice that other physicists use my work. I don't need anything else. I don't think there's any sense to anything else. I don't see that it makes any point that someone in the Swedish Academy decides that this work is noble enough to receive a prize. I've already got the prize. The prize is a pleasure.
Did Feynman think that the Nobel Prize, that it comes from the word noble? Like, oh, this is very noble work. Like, I find that kind of funny. And it if he did think that, it really underlines these how disinterested he is in the Nobel Prize. Like, he wouldn't even bother to read about it to learn where the name came from. It's from Alfred Nobel, who I think... Didn't he invent TNT or something like that? Trinitrotoluene? And, like, it was used in warfare, and he felt guilty about you know, like an invention of his causing the deaths of so many people. Yeah. Anyway, invented. I don't think it was dynamite. Because dynamite's been around for a really long time. Dynamite is basically just gunpowder that's packed up. I want to say it was TNT. It was trinitrotylene, but I could be mistaken. Or maybe it is dynamite. Shoot, the Nobel Dynamite Company is still a major supplier and designer of explosives. Interesting, Logan. You know, let's look it up real quick. Alfred Nobel. Alfred Bernhard Nobel. He's a Swedish chemist, inventor, engineer, and businessman. He did invent dynamite. I was wrong. It wasn't TNT, it was dynamite, apparently. Yeah. Oh, dynamite is not gunpowder. It uses nitroglycerin. Okay. You can tell I'm not a chemist. Shoot. Yeah. So everybody who said he invented dynamite, you were correct. Well done. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Physicists use my work. I don't need any. I don't like honors. I'm appreciated for the work that I did and for people who appreciate it, and I notice that other physicists use my work. I don't need anything else. I don't think there's any sense to anything else. I don't see that it makes any point that someone in the Swedish Academy decides that this work is noble enough to receive a prize. I've already got the prize. The prize is the pleasure of finding the thing out, the kick in the discovery, the observation other people use it. Those are the real things. The honors are unreal to me. I don't believe in honors. It bothers me. Honors bothers me. Honors as epaulets. Honors as uniforms. My papa brought me up this way. I can't stand it. It hurts me. When I was in high school, one of the first honors I got was to be a member of the Arista, which is a group of kids who got good grades. And everybody wanted to be a member of the Arista. And when I got into the Arista, I discovered that what they did in their meetings was to sit around and to discuss who else was worthy to join this wonderful group that we are. Okay, so we sat around trying to decide who it was who would get to be allowed into this Arista. This kind of thing bothers me psychologically for one or another reason. I don't understand myself. Honors, and from that day to this, always bothered me. I had trouble with when I became a member of the National Academy of Science, and I had ultimately to resign because there was another organization, most of whose time was spent in choosing who was illustrious enough to be allowed to join us in our organization, including such questions as we physicists have to stick together because there's a very good chemist that they're trying to get in, and we haven't got enough room for so. What's the matter with chemists? The whole thing was rotten. Because the purpose was mostly to decide who could have this honor. Okay, I don't like honors.
And SVR can... I'll give you a link to this, everybody. But yeah, it is a very like professional managerial class kind of attitude. I really appreciate Feynman's take on this. Chances are, if you've been here sitting watching me, chances are you might feel similarly. Appreciate you for it. Yeah. And there you go, Ricadactylus. I know, right? Yeah. So I think the reason I brought that up is that it kind of gets into this idea of like methods papers like this. A good scientific paper is one that's used by other scientists. It's one where there's useful stuff in there, whether it's a new discovery or a new method or something like that. Other people will cite it, and this will help drive science forward. We can make new discoveries by building on what we already know and then finding out new things. As Feynman said, like, the real honor is finding out that other people use my work, that they find it useful, that it's that it's propelling forth our discipline into new discoveries and new useful questions. And I hope this paper is one of those that helps it do that. This is cool. Love a methods paper. Yeah. Citations are like a science person clout. I mean, they kind of are. There actually are certain scientists where they'll go and check Google Scholar and they'll look at their citation index. So they'll look at how often their papers are cited in comparison with that number for other scientists, and it's like, in their mind, it's like a competition. I don't think that idea is always healthy, but that is an attitude that, like, that academia, the way that it's built, it definitely rewards people for having that attitude sometimes, and that can get kind of toxic. Yeah. The citation index is hugely important in the distribution of grant money, sadly. Yeah, Frank, yeah. Yeah. It's the same as YouTubers comparing subscriber count. I know, right? Yeah. Or Twitch streamers comparing, average concurrent viewer count or something. It's like, sometimes that trying to quantify your success and, like, ascribing your value as a person to a number like that can be really toxic. But these systems are built in such a way where we're kind of trained to do that, Yeah. And there you go, Regadactylus. Yeah, Regadactylus says it is still sadly used very heavily for a lot of employment decisions. So I've had to boast about my citations and H-index and so on in my recent round of job applications. Yeah, I get that, Regadactylus. It's... A big part of that also is just that so much of science and so much work in academia is underfunded. There are not enough jobs to go around. Everybody, rather than thinking of your colleagues as, friends and colleagues, so many of us are trained to think of our friends and colleagues as more competitors. And sometimes, if there is just one job opening, you might have 50 different paleontologists who apply for it. And you know almost every single one of them personally. It's just it's a big rat race is really what it is. And so much of this just comes down to a lack of funding and a lack of support from, for instance, like the US government, There's a large and distressing tendency in the United States toward anti-science, especially like among people in government. And yeah, that's capitalism for you. Yeah, that too, Tim Karen. Yes. But yeah, maybe I should give up on academia and find some way to do public science communication, but nah, that'll never work. Regadactylus, I've been extraordinarily lucky to be able to do this, and I wouldn't say I've given up on academia, but I'm not doing the whole rat race thing. I'm out of that for the most part, Yeah. Which reminds me of a clip. Hopefully this doesn't get us copyright nuked on YouTube, but from one of the best shows ever, speaking of rat races. Anyway, we have a different kind of rat race in academia that's not nearly as fun as that, you know? Yeah. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah, and speaking of which, Sweetie Pie, you want to come say hello? Sweetie Pie. Sweetie Pie is just sitting there watching Mini Pie. I don't know if she's going to come say hello. Anywho. Yeah. Started rewatching 30 Rock. Oh, that and like early seasons of The Simpsons. Favorite television shows of all time. Yeah. Yeah. And Roseanne. I love that. I've never heard that before. That's really funny. But yeah. I know you totally should, Patrick Crusader. You'd love that show, I think. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway, we've been streaming for 4 hours at this point. I've got to make myself some dinner. I've got some housework to do. I've got some emails that I need to reply to and emails to send. We went over 2 different scientific papers today. Better than none. We'll be doing some more tomorrow, I betcha. But until then, let's wrap up today's stream. And let's put a Deinonychus, like from that paper we were talking about, Deinonychus under our credits there. There we go. And let's see who else is live on Twitch right now, whom we can raid into. Don't go away just yet. The science is not stopping here. It is continuing. Let's go raid into Moo Hoodles, why don't we? And we'll see what Moo is up to. We were talking about her earlier. Raid Moo Hoodles. Excellent. Good stuff. Everybody, thank you so much for a wonderful stream today. Thank you for getting us some decent progress on our sub goal for the week. Thank you for all of your chat messages, your questions, your enthusiasm. Thank you, followers and raiders. Thank you, moderators, for keeping this train on its tracks. Thank you to the subscribers and the gifters and the cheerers, everyone who contributes financially to science outreach here on Twitch. I literally could not do this without you. I would be stuck in that rat race. I am tremendously grateful that I don't have to be there. It's because of your generosity and your support that's the case. So thank you. I'll be back tomorrow around 2 p.m. Maybe slightly later because I'm got some museum stuff going on tomorrow. But I hope to see you all then. But right now, I will see you in Moo Hoodles' chat. And, well, hang on a second. I didn't realize she's still got 2 minutes until she's starting. Well, let's rate it anyway. I canceled it, but let's start it up again. She'll be on briefly. Yeah. I'll see you there, everybody. Take care.
Paleontologizing raid. Oh my gosh, hi! Welcome in, raiders. Oh my gosh, I just got here. I'm so sorry. Hi! How are you, Danny? How was the rest of your stream? I had so much fun hanging out in there earlier. Oh my gosh, if y'all are not following Danny, definitely